Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hand.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hand.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hand.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hand.
Om. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hand.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. We are back again with you, and I, Amrita Sharma, welcome you to the new episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is on yoga and meditation. As we move further, I welcome you to this immense dive on the spiritual journey of life through this yoga and meditation episode, where our experts will be giving you a lot of tips, some insight into yourself, well being, restoration of physical, mental, and spiritual health, and a lot more chit chat about well being status. But before that, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath inside. Let's chant Om. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona प्रचोदयात्। Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome again. As today's episode is specifically dedicated on the tips and the guidance of yoga meditation and its importance in life, building up resilience in life, building up spiritual power in life, as well as giving an immense opportunity for yourself to restore your mental health, your physical health, and the well being. It's time to know from our experts what all yoga has done to the world, what all yoga has given to the world, and also to address solutions from a lot of small, small problems. So, as we go live, you can ask questions from our experts as well. And therefore, we'll have our expert from our integrated health, who is our episode producer, as well as our expert medical physician, who is very much into yoga, meditation, and integrative health, none other than Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Global namaste to you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. A very good afternoon as well. And we are really happy to have you today at this episode.
Thank you so much, Amrita, and global namaste to all for the opportunity to connect to the world and spread the seeds of yoga, which is integrated part of the health. Thousands of years ago, yogis lived hundreds of years. Now the lifespan has been shrinking to the period of life, and we have not aligned ourselves to the natural way of living. And yoga is uniting yourself with the universe. So it's great to share that opportunity to demystify the myth that yoga is not just physical postures or breath control. It's a holistic way of living life, mind and body practice, which originated from India. And I always say it is a three-legged stool. One part is physical posture or asanas, one part is pranayam or breath control, and third part is the meditation or connecting, going in for self-awareness and self-management and consolidating the body so that we preserve the health, protect the health, and prevent departure into the disease. And I'm great that I think Riddhi is going to join us shortly. But I would like to expand on yoga's benefits are because I have spent almost 8-9 years now on the multiple physiological and biochemical pathways which underline the yoga. As majority people go to gym, do yoga, do some posture, some asanas, come back without understanding how does it benefit. And therefore, they do it for a few days and not do other days. The consistency is important. And what happens, actually, the body changes because asanas or postures change the flexibility. It improves the muscle strength, but also improves the circulation.
Hmm.
On the other hand, the other part is pranayama, which improve the oxygenation and promote the relaxation through the parasympathetic activation. And that reduce the stress response, which is prevalent all over. And the third part, the meditation, which is another key component, engages neuroplasticity and reduces the cortisol level, which has been having a massive beneficial impact on stress management, resilience building, and a good part of the health benefits of yoga.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, some way it can not only improve the physical health, but also the mental health. And we know that mental health problems are increasing, anxiety, depression, stress. continuously, even in young children. And their studies have demonstrated that yoga can reduce the level of cortisol, promote the release of serotonin, which is a vital neurotransmitter. And this is improving the mood and stress, similar to many antidepressants.
Yeah.
So,
That's basically that's very well said, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. And we also have Rena from Israel. Let's take her thoughts as well from that. Rena, you have been because Israel has been on war since such a long time, and people are on in with all these stuff of mental stress as well as a lot of physical um, hardships that they are bearing on this. Whatever Dr. Rajiv Gupta has said, how do you practically feel that it has helped people? And you are a yoga practitioner, you also practice yoga, you believe in practicing all that stuff. So um, how do you integrate these lines with your own personal self, and how for the well-being of people as well?
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. It's an honor to hear you speak, and it's an honor to follow you. And I very much agree with what you said, that yoga is a scientific method for relieving ourselves of internal suffering. And Dr. Amrita, like you mentioned, here in Israel, there is no shortage of suffering, lots of work to do. And I'm actually going to give some practical advice right now that can be helpful for people who are living in Israel, going through the stress of the war, but also for people anywhere. I know, unfortunately or unfortunately, there's a lot of suffering in our world, and fortunately we have a lot of tools for relieving that. So here's one that might be helpful for you, and you can do it right now, just seated at your desk. And it's also something you can take with you, for anybody who, like, here in Israel, yeah, there's a war going on, but most people are still needing to show up and work every day. And that's the same no matter where you are in the world. If you're going through a stressful situation, it's likely you also need to show up and work. So this tool is yoga at your desk. You can do it in as little as 5 minutes. I would even invite you to, like, as you make the transition from whatever is causing stress in your life to needing to sit down and work at your desk, this is something that can help with making that transition. So it starts with, first of all, just acknowledging how you're seated. What are the soles of your feet touching before we move anything? What are the soles of your feet touching? What direction are your knees facing? How do you feel the weight being held in your pelvis? How do you feel your spine? Is it touching? Is it being supported by something behind you? Does it feel like it's leaning in one direction, to the side or forwards? Where do you feel that your ears are in relation to your shoulders? I can feel mine are forward. My neck is definitely inching forwards just a bit. I'd be surprised. I imagine a lot of yours as well. So now that I have brought awareness into how I'm sitting, I invite you, and I'm going to do it myself, to sit more consciously. And again, we'll start with the feet down at the roots. So I'm going to invite you to bring the soles of your feet onto the ground, about the same distance as your hips, and check in that your knees follow suit, that they're also about as wide as your hips. You may take your back slightly away from any support that's behind you and wiggle out into your pelvis a little bit, and try to feel the weight equally distributing both from side to side and also forwards and back. So take a few moments to feel into that. Maintain the grounding through the soles of your feet. So we've got the soles of our feet, knees, hips distance. Our pelvis now is equally holding our weight. And let's imagine there's a cord at the crown of our head. As you inhale, feel that cord being pulled up, creating length through your spine. And then let your shoulders waterfall down your back, feeling the openness that comes through the front of your chest. And finally, feel your ears come over your shoulders. You can even bring a hand to the back of your neck and feel if it needs to straighten out. And then just sit like that for a moment. Once you're seated like that, let's take a deep breath in through the nose, fill up your body with fresh new air. And exhale through the mouth, let go of anything that's not helpful right now. Squeeze the belly, get all the air out. And once more, a deep inhale through the nose. And exhale fully out the mouth. Squeeze all the air out, making space for new air to come in, and then breathe normally. And you can continue with your eyes open, maybe finding a point to stare at, or maybe close them. And acknowledge all the parts of your body that are touching something below. Feeling where gravity is holding you into this place. Notice the sounds you hear around you, farther away, through the screen. And then getting closer. And maybe even sounds coming from your own body. Notice if there's a smell in your space or a taste in your mouth. If it feels comfortable, bring your awareness to the crown of your head and scan from your head all the way down to your toes, checking in with how each part of your body feels right now. When you reach your toes for a moment, observe the natural rhythm and pace of your breath and where you feel the movement of the breath in the body. And then I invite you to focus on an anchor. Working with the breath is the deepest way for you to focus, and it's not always appropriate to maintain a focus on the breath. So you may choose to be staring at a point. You may choose to focus on a sound. You may choose to focus on a part of the body, like the soles of your feet, or you may choose to focus on the breath. Go with whatever pulls your attention. You can just keep the breath natural if that's what you're working with. And we'll just take a few more moments to anchor in, increasing our sense of focus. So focus on whatever your chosen anchor is, a point, a sound, a part of the body, or the breath. And you may already notice stories coming up distracting you from this anchor. They may be stories in the mind, and they may be things you're feeling in your body. Either way, imagine these stories as branches floating down a river, and choose to refocus on your anchor. And let's take just another couple moments to anchor in like this. And then we're going to work just the neck here. For a lot of people who spend a lot of time sitting at the desk, our necks can be in all sorts of funky positions. So check back in that your spine feels tall, your chest is open, your ears are over your shoulders. And as you exhale, drop your chin down to your chest. As you inhale, rotate to the right and back. And as you exhale to the left and forwards. Continue like that, inhaling back, exhaling forwards. Imagine that your nose is what's moving in a circle here. And keep these circles as small as feels comfortable for you. Let's do 2 more rounds. Full exhale, 1 more round. And the next time your chin comes to your chest, exhale fully. And then inhale to reverse the direction. Inhale, left and back. Exhale, right and forwards. Continue 4 more rounds on your own. Again, keep these circles as small as feels good for you. Imagine it's the nose moving in a circle. And maybe turn the corners of your lips up just a little bit, smiling with gratitude for this opportunity to sit with some awareness. Full exhale, 1 more breath. Final exhale, chin comes back down to the chest, and then inhale, come up through center. Return to your anchor if you lost that connection. Just take a moment to feel the effects of what we've done up until this point. And then let's do 3 rounds of yogic breathing. So we'll bring one hand to the chest, the other hand to the low belly. Take a big inhale through the nose just to cleanse. And a full exhale out the mouth, once again cleansing out. And then through the nose, inhale, feel the lower belly expand first, middle belly expand, chest rise. And at the top of the breath, through the nose, exhale, chest falls first, middle belly comes in, lower belly comes in. All the breath comes out. Awesome. Inhale, lower belly expands, middle belly expands, chest rises. And at the top of the breath, exhale through the nose, chest falls first. Middle belly comes in, lower belly comes in, all the breath comes out. Do one more round on your own. Exhale, fully get all the air out, and then breathe normally. And you can release your hands to wherever it's comfortable. Return to your anchor. Let any stories float on by. Stay present with your experience. Taking a moment just to integrate the effects of this yogic breathing. And then to close out this practice, keeping in mind that it's something you can do maybe at the start of your workday when you're transitioning to work, or anytime you just need a little boost of energy. We'll bring our hands together in front of our heart and rub them together. This first time, we'll rub our warm hands all over the body. And then once again, rub your hands together. This time, you'll place your warm hands on a part of the body that still needs some extra attention. Maybe offer some gentle massage. Let this part of your body know that you see it and that you can always come back to it. And a final time, we'll bring the hands together in front of the heart and bring to mind a word, prayer, or intention, maybe for your working session, or maybe to bring with you through the rest of your day or through the rest of your week. And then imagine rubbing the quality of that word, prayer, or intention between your hands. Feel it warm up your hands, and then place your warm hands over your eyes. Fill yourself up on the inside with this energy of this thing as if it already is, and feel the warmth fill you up on the inside. Sweep your hands over your head, behind your neck, and back together at your heart center. Thank you, me. Thank you, each of you and all of you and everything for this opportunity. Hallelujah, namaste, and let's keep learning a lot today.
Thank you. This this was a very sweet, calm, and relaxing workout. In fact, Rena, and I think a lot of people require this kind of a break. And look at the smile Dr. Rajiv is having. So let's hear from him. How did he rejoiced with this practice of yoga, Dr. Rajiv? What have you to say for the beautiful work that Rena just presented? And it's a kind of a relaxation way to, relax. Yes, over to you.
He has got a musical voice. It was so soothing and so connecting and so refreshing that you can easily immerse into it and relax completely. And what we were talking about, the relaxation and activation of parasympathetic compared to the sympathetic system, which is fight and flight response, is just a gradual shift. And she has set the scene for the true relaxation through the meditation and breathing together. And it's all part of the body, starting with the head, the neck, and rest of the body. Was amazing experience.
Thank
And
you
we
so
can
much.
think that stress is so much built into our system now. And a lot of diseases, the metabolic conditions, the obesity, the diabetes, the hypertension, heart attacks, they are because of the stress that is into the body system. And same is irritable bowel syndrome, which is like a disease, which is due to gut mind activation. These all things can just be chilled and relaxed by positive impact of the yoga onto the body and organ systems. And I have actually done a lot of research into it to bring that how it can even downregulate the cytokines for inflammation and reduce the inflammation. But also you can see that there is a lot of respiratory diseases which are there. And pranayama or breath control technique improve the lung capacity and increase the oxygen exchange efficiency, and also more supply of oxygen to the brain. And as she demonstrated, calming means your brain is consuming less oxygen. It's not demanding. Activity is just slow down. It brings a balance to the life. And that is what our ideal life is. So I think that is a fantastic demonstration and a very good start. I might go a step further that there are some immediate effects, but there are long-term effects, including the effect on the reproductive health, effect on the mind, effect on the memory, effect on dementia, effect on Parkinsonism, effect on polycystic ovary, effect on the chronic lung disease, effect on increasing the joint pain, the osteoarthritis, inflammatory bowel disease. There are many things which are bidirectional communication between the relaxation and the organ system. And that is extremely good with yoga to bring an impact that is visible and the impact that is going to come in 5-10 years time, preventing dementia, preventing these joint problems, preventing the organ dysfunctions. And that is fantastic. So thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. That's very nice of you. And how we can see the practices of yoga, how they collate with the mind body system, as our experts are giving guidance on how the connectivity of the practices can make a big difference in treating a lot of health disorders which cannot be just addressed by taking pills or medicine, but yoga has an intense role, meditation has an intense role to play in that, for curing as well as healing up people. And thank you so much, Rena, for joining us. Please stay around. It's time to move from Israel to India, where we have our yoga expert, our residential yoga guru, Himanshu Mehta. Global namaste to you, Himanshu, and a very good evening to you. We cannot hear you, Himanshu, as it's time to move from Israel to India, where we have our yoga guru, Himanshu, who has been in this field of yoga, practicing so many yogas, as well
Is it
as
okay now?
beach yoga. Yes. So let's hear from him as he makes people practice and move around in waves of yoga, as people see and harness themselves in his aura of yogic vibes. It's time to hear from him. Yes.
Global namaste to everyone on feeling on.
Global namaste.
I think.
Can you mute one? Yeah, kindly mute.
You have two instruments that has joined the sound. So if you can just remove the sound from the other instrument. Can you speak now?
Now.
Yeah, we still
Yes.
have an echo. So you've joined two instruments. One instrument needs to be switched off or not join sound at all. If you go to the sound, or just sign out from one instrument which is not useful.
Okay, it's done.
Yes, we can hear you well.
I'm not using the mic. It's okay, right?
Yes.
Good. So once again, global namaste to everyone on feeling on earth. Yes, Amrita ji. Nice again to see you as my host. So today,
Yeah, nice to see you as well.
thank you. So I'll give some demonstration of some relaxation as Dr. Rajiv rightly said. Yoga activates the parasympathetic nervous system, and that's very much essential. So before anyone begins any asana or pranayam, yes, we need to start the relaxation pose. We need to relax our body and then move into asanas. First the easier one, simpler one, and then the more dynamic ones. So we can first start with the simple neck rotation, neck exercise, as uh, the other yogini she's total demonstrated. So when you raise your neck up, breathe in, and when you turn the chin to the chest, breathe out. Then on the right, breathe in, on the left, breathe out. One more time, breathe in, breathe out. Now the full rotation, 360 degrees clockwise. Breathe in, and breathe out. One more time, breathe in, breathe out. Anti-clockwise, breathe in, breathe out. One more time, breathe in, breathe out. Now loosen up from your wrist. Uh, you might have had a work on the computer or driving. So just have the wrist rotation. The other side. Then up and down. Okay. So normally when we find most of the people when they sit in the chair or they're working on the desk, they generally tend to slouch. So the first thing, of course, you keep your back upright, the torso upright, and then you start to get all simple exercise to relax and de-stress yourself. Now, something simple as just doing Parvatasana, sitting on the chair. So exhale, elongate your body. Inhale. One more time. Exhale. Inhale. Now, sitting on the chair, you can even do Ardha Chandrasana. Simple one. Moving on the side, on the right. Yeah, you open up your chest, look up. You feel the stretch on the other side. Feel an amazing stretch. Come back, exhaling. Go on the left. Inhale, open up your chest like a flower pattern blooming. Exhale. You can even do the forward bend, release your back and the shoulder pain. I hope I'm visible. And you can do Yoga Mudra. So let's say one is working for the 4 8 hours and maybe 1 hour every 1 hour. If one does this kind of a stretch, one stretch every hour, then I think he or she is going to feel very lively at work, relaxed, not at all stressed. So same way, place both the palms around between the feet. Now raise the right arm up, look up. Exhale, come down. When you go up, exhale. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Look at your palm. Exhale. Still, if you need some good stretch, and you can do twist your body for simple namaskar. Again on the left. I'll show you. You can have a good twist on the chair. That was the props that Iyengar yoga students first taught when we start doing yoga. I'll show you some of the props. This is the practice chair. There's the yoga wheel. And then we have the blocks. And the yoga mat. The bolster. So someday I'll do a session for a longer duration. And maybe everybody online would like to join and practice. That would be great. So yeah, to give a good twist while sitting, you turn and with the left hand and also push from the right. You're a fantastic twist and a good stretch. Same way from the other side. I would now like to give a demonstration of the asana Surya Namaskar that you can do. The chair Surya Namaskar I devised especially for my mother and heavily bodied people or people who could not do standing Surya Namaskar. So we used to have regular sessions. So my audible and visible, I believe. Yes. Amrita, you can share that picture on the screen. That will be great.
for the Surya Namaskar.
Yeah, Surya Namaskar, Chair Surya Namaskar.
Can you tell our viewers about more description on that?
Yes. So this Chair Surya Namaskar, normally we do standing Surya Namaskar. Every Saturday, it's ongoing on June Beach for last 10 years. So we have introduced this Chair Surya Namaskar for elderly people who could not stand to the posture. So, and that was especially more for my mother, and she used to do 108 Surya Namaskar. And we used to have events, organizing challenges, and we had both of people doing together. So, and that too with mantra music. So it becomes a very holistic spiritual workout.
Mm-hmm. And what are the mantras that you chant for the Surya Namaskar? Can you tell our viewers what is the importance of those mantras that uh, are
Yes.
chanted with the Surya Namaskar?
The first one is, and also give the meaning of that. So first one is Om Mitrai Nama, which means salutations to the friend of, that's for the sun, of course. The sun is the life giver, as we all know. Sun goes for a holiday for a one day. The whole universe is finished, right? So the second mantra is Om Ravi Namaha. That's salutations to the shining one. The third mantra is Om Suryaya Namaha. That's salutations to he who induces the activity. The fourth mantra is Om Banve Namaha. Salutations to the bestower of beauty. The fifth one is Om Khagai Namaha. Salutations to the stimulator of senses. The sixth one is Om Pushne Namaha. That's salutations to the giver of strength. Seventh is Om Hiranyagarbhai Namaha. That's salutations to the golden cosmic self. The eighth one is Om Mariche Namaha. That's salutations to the destroyer of disease. The ninth one is Om Aditya Namaha. Salutations to the son of Aditi, that's the cosmic mother. Then it's Om Savitre Namaha. Salutations to the Lord of creation. 11th is Om Arkai Namaha. Salutations to the inspirer of all. And 12th one is Om Bhaskarai Namaha. That's salutations to he who leads to the enlightenment. So I demonstrate the asana which anybody can do at any age group.
Can you show this
Just sitting on
page
the
to the
chair.
viewers? The
Yes,
page that
please.
you're having, you can show on the screen. Can you show it on the screen as well, like this? Yes, perfect.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
basically, as is been devised by Himanshu Mehta, and these Surya Namaskar, the sun salutation, which is the chair sun salutation, as well as the real sun salutations, and the mantras in line with that, with the breathing orders where you need to inhale and exhale, can synchronize your body. And I think it has all the properties of working on your abdominal muscles as well as your back muscles, and it tones up your body in a very right way. And Himanshu, you have today talked about a chair yoga, which is an important kind of a yoga because people cling to their chairs a lot. People hardly bother to sit down or change their positions, and that's why a lot of back problems, a lot of hip joint problems, and other kind of problems creep up, which are related with the musculoskeletal system, which leads to overaging as well as degenerative changes in the body. And the kind of asanas you have demonstrated where you are bending forward with forward flexions, or you're bending to the sides, twisting to one side or the other, that especially helps to work on the internal oblique and external oblique muscles, the abdominal muscles, which are the core of the body, where people mostly have a lot of fat generation because
Exactly,
of
yeah.
being a
Dominant,
dependable
yeah.
part of the body, and because of that the spinal posture and the posture of the body also gets affected. And people don't realize how important it is to give a workout of the abs, which can be worked with the twisting and turning. Not only this, I think, Himanshu, your asanas also helps the people who have got ankylosing spondylosis and spondylitis problem, where there is inflammation of spine as well as the degeneration of the bones and the vertebrae, as well as this disc, this the intervertebral disc that gets degenerated. And your asanas gives a very good way to give a good blood circulation to these intervertebral discs as well. So these kind of club up of asanas are very beneficial. Can you tell our viewers how often they should do this asana? Should it be done like for how much time and how many times a day? What is your take? Thank you.
I would say, look, we pay taxes to the government. It can be 30 to 40%. Okay. Why do we tax our body 6.5% every day? And that 6.5% comes to 90 minutes. Okay. And if anyone does asanas, yoga, exercise for 90 minutes, I would say they would increase their lifespan by at least 25%. That's for sure. And plus the benefit of anti-aging, a good body shape and healthy life and no bills from the hospital or the doctors. So these are the great advantages. So 90 minutes, if you do it, fantastic. If not 90, 60. If not 60, at least 30. 30 minutes a day should be great, at least.
So do you advise people to do it in the morning, early in the morning, or do you advise them after
Yeah,
the work?
always, exercise is always better in the early morning. And if you're doing Surya Namaskar before the sunrise, just about when the sun is about to rise, so it's welcoming the sun, welcoming the morning, and it's very auspicious also. So I personally do my exercises at 6 o'clock or 6:30 at the most. So that's when I start, and I
What
look
are the
fantastic.
benefits of practicing asanas in the morning, as per
Of,
your experience? Why do you
of
think it
course,
is
the great
important to
benefits.
practice asanas in
I'm
the
a
morning?
morning guy. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, what
Yeah.
according to you are the benefits of practicing asanas in the morning?
So if you're practicing in maybe in open air in the garden, you get a fresh supply of oxygen in the morning instead of evening. Evening, as we all know, the plants. Plants they breathe out carbon dioxide, so it's not good for us in a way. So morning, the biggest advantage is getting a fresh supply of oxygen, and of course you've had a good sleep and cool and calm, so your body is very much aligned, and your uh, parasympathetic nervous system, as we said, is active, and that will help you. Personally, I find it's more helpful to do asanas in the morning than in the evening, because evening you're tired, you've done your work for the whole day, so your focus will not be that good enough as it will be in the earlier hours. And the biggest advantage, of course, early mornings you don't get any phone calls, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
even less of WhatsApp messages. So that's a big advantage.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's one of the good add-on things. And I think that kind of a time where the morning people rise up, the mind is pretty calm, the body um, is really prepared because it has come from rest, and then after that it is ready
Right.
to take up new things and work out. So that's really very nice of you to talk about these benefits of asanas in relation to the chair yoga, to the sun salutation, and how important it is to see what time is good for you and how many minutes you must practice the asana, but it has to be consistent. Thank you so much for joining us, Himanshuji, from
Thank you.
India, Mumbai.
Thank you, sir.
Very good luck to you as well as to your mother as well. May
Thank you.
you keep harnessing people's life with the practice of yoga. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste.
It's time to have a message from our regular guest as well as our dear Swamiji from Osho Fragrance, Swami Shailendra Saraswati ji, who is with us always to bless us and his tips of yoga and meditation from his guidances, what he brings from his brother Osho has always been a privilege for everyone to hear, follow, as well as the philosophical guidelines that he gives to people with Osho's following is immensely great. And therefore, we today will be having a short video message of Swami Shailendra ji, as he's not available. He's in Nepal right now on a yoga shiver. So here we go. Thank you.
सभी मित्रों को प्रणाम। एक छोटी सी कहानी से मैं अपनी बात शुरू करना चाहूँगा। कोई मरीज एक आयुर्वेद आचार्य के पास पहुंचा। अपने रोग, अपनी तकलीफ के बारे में उसने बताया। चिकित्सक ने उसका परीक्षण किया, फिर कहा कि कुछ जड़ी बूटियां मैं पीस के दे रहा हूं, पुड़िया बनाकर, इनको शहद के साथ ले लेना, क्योंकि औषधि थोड़ी कड़वी है, शहद के साथ ठीक रहेगी। वो मरीज कहने लगा कि शहद मैं नहीं लेता, मैं कोई भी एनिमल प्रोडक्ट नहीं लेता, शुद्ध शाकाहारी हूँ, कुछ और कर सकता हूँ। चिकित्सक ने कहा कि फिर ऐसा करो, दूध में मिला के पी लेना। वो मरीज बोला कि क्षमा कीजिए, दूध भी एनिमल प्रोडक्ट है, शहद भी एनिमल प्रोडक्ट है, मैं बिल्कुल वैगन हूँ, शुद्ध शाकाहारी, कुछ और उपाय हो सकता है? चिकित्सक ने कहा कोई बात नहीं, असली बात है कि दवा तुम्हारे पेट में पहुंचे, पानी के संग घोल के पी जाना, अगर कड़वी लगे तो कुछ गुड़ शक्कर मिला लेना, उससे भी काम चल जाएगा। उस मरीज ने कहा और अगर ऐसे ही फांक लूं दवा तो? उसने कहा अगर तुम इस कड़वी दवा को ऐसे ही गुटक सकते हो, बहुत ही अच्छा, किसी चीज की जरूरत नहीं, न दूध की, न पानी की, न शक्कर की, न गुड़ की, न शहद की, किसी चीज की जरूरत नहीं। ये छोटी सी कथा कहकर ओशो कहते हैं कि ठीक इसी प्रकार ध्यान साधना है, योग साधना है, मुख्य दवाई एक है, उसको किस चीज में मिला के तुम लेना पसंद करते हो ये तुम पर निर्भर है। औषधि एक ही है, क्योंकि हमारी व्याधि एक है। हमारी व्याधि है मूर्छा, बेहोश बेहोश जैसे जीना, प्रमाद की अवस्था। तो इसका उपाय क्या होगा, औषधि क्या होगी? अधिक होशपूर्वक, अधिक जागरूक, अधिक संवेदनशील, अधिक सतर्कता पूर्वक जिएं। तो औषधि एक ही है, संक्षेप में उसको कहते हैं दृष्टा भाव, साक्षी भाव। अपने आप के प्रति सतर्क हो जाएं। सामान्यतः हम जगत के प्रति तो सतर्क हैं, अपने प्रति बिल्कुल मूर्छित हैं। हमें दुनिया भर का पता है, बस अपना पता नहीं मालूम। सबको जानते हैं, मैं कौन हूं का उत्तर हमें नहीं पता। तो हम किस ढंग से होशपूर्वक जिएं कि हमें अपने होने का एहसास होने लगे। ये असली बात है, ये असली औषधि है, जड़ी बूटी सारे अध्यात्म की। अब इसको कोई व्यक्ति अगर कर्मठ किस्म का है तो अपनी शारीरिक क्रियाओं के संग इसको जोड़ ले, उसी को हम कर्मयोग कहते हैं। अपनी क्रियाओं को ऐसे देखो जैसे किसी और को करते हुए देख रहे हो, चलते फिरते, उठते बैठते, अपने ऑफिस में काम करते हुए, कि घर में कुछ करते हुए, कि बगीचे में बागवानी करते हुए। क्या कर रहे हो यह महत्वपूर्ण नहीं, जो कुछ भी कर रहे हो उसको अत्यंत होश पूर्वक करो, तब तुम्हें ऐसा लगने लगेगा कि शरीर क्रिया कर रहा है और मैं इसको जान रहा हूं, मैं कोई और हूं, दृष्टा हूं, साक्षी हूं। इसका नाम कर्मयोग है। अब कोई व्यक्ति कहे कि हम तो कर्मठ किस्म के नहीं हैं, भोगी प्रवृत्ति के हैं, तो चिकित्सक रूपी सदगुरु उससे कहेगा कोई बात नहीं, तुम क्रियाओं वगैरह की चिंता ना करो, जो तुम्हारा सहज रुचि रुझान है, जो तुम्हारी स्वाभाविक प्रवृत्ति है, उसी के साथ दृष्टा भाव को जोड़ दो। तो इंद्रियों की संवेदनशीलता के संग जब चाय पी रहे हो तो पूरा मजा लेते हुए, चाय की संवेदनशीलता का एहसास करते हुए यह जानो कि कौन है जो चाय का मजा ले रहा है। जब भोजन का रस ले रहे हो, कि मधुर संगीत सुन रहे हो, कि सुंदर दृश्य देख रहे हो, स्मरण रखो देखने वाला कौन है, सुनने वाला कौन है। तो बात वही हो गई, दृश्य से हम दृष्टा पे आ गए, संगीत से हम श्रोता पे पहुंच गए। किस चीज का स्वाद ले रहे हैं? नॉर्मली हम केवल उसी के प्रति सतर्क होते हैं। अब एक नई बात और जुड़ गई, ये कौन है जिसको स्वाद आ रहा है? तो हम अपने साक्षी चैतन्य पे पहुंच गए। इसको कहा जाता है तंत्र योग। विज्ञान भैरव तंत्र में भगवान शिव ने देवी पार्वती को इस प्रकार की 112 विधियां बनवाई हैं। फिर आता है तीसरा साधना का प्रकार, जिसको हठ योग कहा जाता है। स्मरण रखिएगा, हठ शब्द का मतलब वह नहीं जिद्दी, आग्रही, जोर जबरदस्ती करने वाला, इसको हम हठी आदमी कहते ना, यहाँ वो मतलब नहीं है। हठ योग में हा और ठा, ये हम और ठम, जो कि बाएं नाक और दाहिने नाक से चलने वाली श्वास के सिंबल हैं, प्रतीक हैं, ये उसका शार्ट फॉर्म है हठ, हम और ठम का। तो अपनी भीतर आती सांस, बाहर जाती सांस, दोनों सांस के बीच का गैप, इसके प्रति सतर्क हो जाओ। ऐसे देखो इस आती सांस को, जाती सांस को, और वो जो क्षण भर का ठहराव है, एक अंतराल बाहर पैदा होता है, एक अंतराल भीतर पैदा होता है। फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड के लिए जब सांस न बाहर जा रही न भीतर आ रही, क्षण भर को थमी हुई है, चुपचाप इसे देखो, इसके दृष्टा बन जाओ। भगवान बुद्ध ने इस विधि को बहुत प्रसारित किया। आनापानसति योग, विपस्सना, जापान में अलग प्रकार की विपस्सना होती है, बर्मा में अलग प्रकार की होती है, श्रीलंका में अलग प्रकार की, क्योंकि श्वास के किस बिंदु पर विशेष ध्यान देना, वो बिंदु अलग अलग हो सकते हैं। इन जनरल पुरुषों के लिए नासाग्र पर ध्यान देना आसान है, जहाँ से हवा भीतर प्रवेश कर रही है। महिलाओं के लिए पेट पर ध्यान देना ज़्यादा आसान है, सांस भीतर गई पेट फूला, सांस बाहर चली पेट पिचका। और भी अन्य उपाय हो सकते हैं। तो भांति भांति की विपस्सना, प्राणायाम की पद्धतियाँ प्रचलित हो गईं। महर्षि पतंजलि ने कहा 4 प्रकार के प्राणायाम हैं। पहला पूरक यानी इनहेलेशन, दूसरा रेचक यानी एक्सहेलेशन, तीसरा कुंभक यानी सांस का ठहराव। कुंभक 2 प्रकार के हो सकते हैं, बहिर्कुंभक, अंतर्कुंभक। तो एक तो स्पॉन्टेनियस ब्रीदिंग प्रोसेस में अपने आप हो रहा है, 1 सेकंड से भी कम देर के लिए, जानबूझकर हम उसको थोड़ा बढ़ा भी सकते हैं। और चौथा प्राणायाम उन्होंने कहा सूक्ष्म आंतरिक प्राणायाम, जिसमें बाहर से किसी को कुछ पता नहीं चलेगा कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं। सहज सांस प्रकृति जैसी चला रही थी वैसी ही चलती रहेगी, और चुपचाप आप उसके दृष्टा बन जाएंगे, आप अपने साक्षी चैतन्य में रम जाएंगे। तो आपको क्लियर हो गया, चाहे कर्मयोग हो, चाहे तंत्र योग हो, चाहे हठ योग हो, मूल बात एक है, साक्षी होना, खूब सजग चैतन्य होना। अब किस चीज के प्रति कहाँ से हमने शुरुआत की, वो बिंदु अलग अलग हो सकते हैं, पर फाइनल एक बिंदु हमारा खुद का होगा। ऐसा समझे एक डबल एरोड कॉन्शसनेस का तीर, जिसमें दोनों तरफ फलक हैं। तो एक तीर बाहर की तरफ है, एक तीर स्वयं की ओर है। तो कर्मयोग में तीर शारीरिक क्रियाओं की तरफ था, एक तीर अपनी तरफ था। तांत्रिक साधना में एक तीर इंद्रियों की संवेदनशीलता की तरफ है, दूसरा तीर अपनी तरफ है। हठ योग में, जिसको प्राण योग भी कहते हैं, एक तीर श्वास की तरफ है, एक तीर अपनी तरफ है। तो एक चीज कॉमन है, वो है एक तीर अपनी तरफ है, उसी का नाम दृष्टा भाव है, साक्षी भाव है। योग का चौथा प्रकार भक्ति योग। अब कोई कहे, व्यक्ति कहे कि ना तो मुझे कर्म में रस है, ना मैं भोगी प्रवृत्ति का हूं, और ना कोई बहुत प्राणवान साहसी प्रवृत्ति का हूं, प्राणायाम में मुझे रुचि नहीं आती, लेकिन भावुक किस्म का हूं, इमोशनल, सेंटिमेंटल। उससे कहेंगे कोई बात नहीं, चलो इसी द्वार को तुम मार्ग बना लो, यहां से भी प्रभु तक पहुंच सकते हो, अंतरात्मा तक जा सकते हो। उपाय क्या होगा? भावनाओं के साक्षी हो जाओ। कभी तुम प्रसन्न हो, ऐसे देखो इस प्रसन्नता को जैसे ये एक ऑब्जेक्ट है और तुम उसके जानने वाले हो, और एहसास करो कि मैं जानने वाला हूं। कभी प्रसन्नता चली गई, उदासी आ गई, कोई बात नहीं, तुम देखने वाले हो, तुम वही के वही हो। ये हृदय के पर्दे पर कहानी के दृश्य बदल रहे हैं, कभी ट्रेजेडी, कभी कॉमेडी, उसकी चिंता ना करो। तुम याद रखो कि मैं दर्शक हूं। अब सिनेमा के पर्दे पर जो भी दृश्य चल रहा है, ठीक, मैं स्मरण रखूंगा कि मैं दर्शक हूं, और मैं नहीं बदल रहा। कहानी के दृश्य तो बदलेंगे, कभी सकारात्मक भावना आएगी, कभी नेगेटिव इमोशन आ जाएगी, कभी क्रोध आ गया, कभी करुणा आ गई, कभी कठोरता आ गई, कभी दया आ गई। चलता रहेगा, खेल चलने दो। तुम बस इतना ख्याल रखो कि मैं भी हूं इन सबको जानने वाला, और तुम अचानक उनके पार हो गए। अब वो दृश्य तुम्हें वैसा प्रभावित नहीं कर सकेंगे जैसा पहले कर रहे थे। अब तुम मूर्छित नहीं हो, तुम्हें स्वयं का बोध हो रहा है। तो भाव से भी हम आत्मबोध तक पहुंच सकते हैं, दृष्टा भाव का इस्तेमाल करके। कुछ लोग हैं विचारक किस्म के, उन्हें चिंतन मनन का रस है, अध्ययन मनन का रस है, वाद विवाद तर्क में उनकी रुचि है, वो भावुक भी नहीं है, कर्मठ भी नहीं है। ठीक, चलो मन की इस प्रक्रिया को, जिसको हम कहते हैं ज्ञान, हमारे भीतर एक स्मृति आलय है, जो हमने पढ़ा लिखा सुना यहाँ वहाँ से इकट्ठा किया, वो हमारे स्मृति में जमा है। चलो इसके साक्षी हो जाओ। अपने विचारों को ऐसे देखो जैसे किसी और को देख रहे हो। राह के किनारे खड़े तुम गुजरते हुए राहगीरों को देख रहे हो, तो जैसे अपनी भावनाओं को देखा था आते जाते, ऐसे ही अपने विचारों को देखो, स्मृतियों को देखो, कल्पनाओं को देखो। ये मन का खेल चल रहा है, कुछ लेना देना नहीं, निष्पक्ष कोई निर्णय भी नहीं करना कि अच्छा कि बुरा, कि हो कि ना हो, अरे ये विचार कहां से आ गया, कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। एकदम उपेक्षा पूर्ण होकर चुपचाप तुम सड़क के किनारे देख रहे हो कौन गुजर रहा है, अनकंसर्न्ड, इंडिफरेंट। तब तुम्हें स्वयं का बोध प्रगाढ़ता से होने लगेगा, और धीरे धीरे विचारों का जो सिलसिला चल रहा था, ट्रैफिक, वो कम होने लगेगा। बड़े बड़े गैप आने लगेंगे, एक विचार गुजर गया, दूसरा भी आया नहीं, बीच में एक गैप है। लेकिन आपको अपने होने का बोध तो होगा। सड़क पे कोई नहीं है मगर आप तो हो किनारे। इसको कहते हैं ज्ञान योग। मंत्र योग भी ज्ञान योग की एक शाखा है, जिसमें हम जानबूझकर अपनी तरफ से एक शब्द या एक वाक्य का उच्चारण कर रहे हैं, वो भी काम देगा। एक ही लाइन को हम रिपीट कर रहे हैं भीतर भीतर, अब और चुपचाप उसे साक्षी बन के देख रहे हैं, ये पंक्ति रिपीट हो रही है और मैं इसको देखने वाला हूं। और फिर 2-4 मिनट के बाद उसको छोड़ दिया। उस एक पंक्ति ने अन्य विचारों को मन से बाहर कर दिया, और 2-4 मिनट बाद हमने उसको भी छोड़ दिया। अब एक निर्विचार अवस्था आ गई, जिसमें बस स्वयं के होने का बोध है। ऑब्जेक्ट कोई नहीं बचा, केवल सब्जेक्टिव कॉन्शियसनेस बची। इसका नाम है ज्ञान योग। 5 प्रकार के लोग हैं, जिनको हम कहें कर्मठ, भोगी, साहसी, भावुक और विचारक। दुनिया में 5 प्रकार के लोग हैं। लेकिन एक बड़ा वर्ग ऐसा है जो इन 5 कैटेगरी में फिट नहीं होता, जो मिश्रित प्रकार का है। उसकी जिंदगी में बारी बारी से सब चीजें होती रहती हैं, कभी कुछ है ना, कभी वो भावुक भी हो जाता है, कभी चिंतन मनन भी करता है, कभी भोग विलास में रहता है, कभी कर्मठ भी हो जाता है जरूरत पड़ने पर। एक फिक्स्ड कैटेगरी में हम उसको नहीं बांध सकते, और ऐसा वर्ग दुनिया में बहुत बड़ा है जो आवश्यकता पड़ने पर जैसी जरूरत हो, जैसी परिस्थिति हो, वैसा व्यवहार करता है। ना हम उसको कह सकते कि बहुत कर्मठ है, ना हम कह सकते कि बड़ा विचारशील है, ना बड़ा भावुक है। सब कुछ उसमें मौजूद है, थोड़ा 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 थोड़ा, 20-20% पांचों चीजें हैं। ऐसे व्यक्ति के लिए छठवां योग है जिसका नाम है राजयोग। उसी को ध्यान योग भी कहते हैं। इसमें हम विशेष आग्रह नहीं करते कि तुम क्रियाओं के साक्षी बनो कि सांसों के बनो। इसमें चिकित्सक रूपी सदगुरु कहता है कि जिंदगी में जब जो हो रहा है तुम उसी के साक्षी हो जाओ, क्योंकि तुम्हारी पर्सनालिटी, तुम्हारा व्यक्तित्व कोई स्पेसिफिक टाइप का नहीं है। तो जब जो हो रहा है तुम उसके साक्षी रहो। असली बात है साक्षी भाव, औषधि तो वही है। ये बड़ा आसान, इसलिए राजयोग का साधक जो है, जो भीतर ही भीतर ध्यान को साध रहा है, बाहर से हमें पता नहीं चलेगा कि कोई विशेष ढंग से जीवन जी रहा है। हमको लगेगा ये तो साधारण जीवन जी रहा, जैसे हम सब जीते हैं। भीतर भीतर कुछ विशेष उसको हो रहा है। कर्मयोगी हमें नजर आ जाएगा, हठयोगी हमें नजर आ जाएगा कि कुछ खास प्रकार की चीजें करता है। भक्त को हम पहचान लेंगे, राजयोगी को पहचानना मुश्किल है। कोई सूक्ष्म चीज उसने भीतर ही भीतर साधी है, वो है दृष्टा भाव। जिंदगी में जब जो कुछ हो रहा है उसमें परिवर्तन वो नहीं कर रहा है, लेकिन उसके प्रति साक्षी हो गया है। इसमें नीचे के 5 प्रकार के योगों का समन्वय है, ऑल इंक्लूसिव। सभी विधियां इसमें समाहित हो गई। फिर आता है 7वां योग जिसे सांख्य योग कहते हैं। ऑल एक्सक्लूड कर दिया, सब छोड़ दिया, कोई विधि विधान नहीं। सांख्य योगी वो है जिसने कि उस आयुर्वेदाचार्य से कहा कि मैं ऐसी दवाई खा लूं, तो वैद्य ने खुश होकर कहा कि बहुत अच्छी बात है, किसी चीज में मिलाने की जरूरत नहीं। तो जिनको जरूरत थी मिलाने की, उनसे कहा कि ठीक है, आपकी जो रुचि की चीज है उसमें आप मिला लो। अगर आप सीधे ही साक्षी हो सकते हो बिना किसी विधि विधान के, सर्वश्रेष्ठ, बस साक्षी हो रहो, तो सांख्य योग की कोई विधि नहीं है। अविधि, नो मेथड, नो टेक्निक, बस बात समझ में आ गई और पूरी हो गई। कुछ करने का सवाल ही नहीं है, साक्षी हो गए, किसी खास चीज के प्रति नहीं। तो नीचे के 5 योगों में हमने एक खास चीज चुनी थी जिसके प्रति हम साक्षी भाव को अपना रहे थे। 6वें में हमने चुना नहीं, चॉइसलेस अवेयरनेस, जो कुछ भी था, जो कुछ भी आगे होगा, हम उसी में साक्षी भाव जोड़ रहे हैं। और 7वें में हमने चिंता ही नहीं की कि परिस्थिति क्या है, क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा है, हम बस साक्षी हैं। ये 7 प्रकार के योग, इनको हम ऐसा समझें जैसे प्रकाश की सफेद किरण प्रिज्म से गुजरती है, कि पानी की बूंदों से गुजरती है तो इंद्रधनुष पैदा कर देती है, 7 रंग में बिखर जाती है। तो साक्षी भाव की वह किरण 7 प्रकार के योगों का निर्माण करती है। तुम्हें जो भाए, जो रंग तुम्हें अच्छा लगे, तुम उसको चुन लेना। आज हम कर्मयोग की विशेष चर्चा करेंगे और कर्मयोग का प्रयोग करेंगे आज के सत्र में। कर्मयोग अर्थात अपनी शारीरिक गतिविधियों को साक्षी बनकर देखना। भगवान बुद्ध के शिष्य कहा करते थे कि हमारा बहुत समय भिक्षाटन में निकल जाता है, जंगल में रहते हैं, दूर गांव जाते हैं, 2-3 घंटे जाने में लगते हैं, घंटा 1.5 घंटा यहाँ वहाँ मांगना पड़ता है, फिर वापस लौटते हैं, आधा पौन दिन इसी में निकल जाता है। ध्यान कब करें? भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा तुम चलने को ही ध्यान बना लो। एक एक कदम तुम्हारा उठ रहा है, जमीन को छू रहा है, दूसरा पैर उठा, जमीन को स्पर्श किया, तुम इसके प्रति होश साधो। थोड़ी देर में तुमको ऐसा लगने लगा कि जैसे पैर चल रहे हैं और तुम दूर से उसके दृष्टा हो। उन्होंने इसको नाम दिया चक्रमण ध्यान। कितनी सरल सी बात। चलने को ध्यान बना लो। अर्थात सार संक्षेप क्या है? किसी भी क्रिया को ध्यान बना लो। आप स्नान कर रहे हो, स्नान करने को ध्यान बना लो। भोजन पका रहे हो कि घर की सफाई कर रहे, झाड़ू लगा रहे, उसको ध्यान बना लो। दफ्तर में कोई काम कर रहे हो, उसको ध्यान बना लो। क्या कर रहे हो का सवाल नहीं है। सहज रूप से जो करने को मौका आता है उसी का उपयोग कर लो, उसमें साक्षी भाव को जोड़ दो और आप कर्मयोगी हो जाओगे। और एक मजे की बात होगी, जब आप इस प्रकार से कर्म करोगे वो हमेशा वर्तमान के क्षण में होगा। जागरूकता हमें वर्तमान में ले आती है और तब एक अद्भुत घटना घटती है, हमारा कर्म सुंदर और प्रसादपूर्ण, ग्रेसफुल हो जाता है। भूल चूक की संभावना कम हो जाएगी क्योंकि हम बहुत सजग हैं। और निश्चित रूप से जब हमारा कर्म सजगता पूर्वक किया जा रहा है तो उसके परिणाम भी अच्छे होंगे। वर्तमान क्षण में जब हम कर्म कर रहे हैं तो हम परिणाम उन्मुख नहीं हैं, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड नहीं है, लेकिन रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छे आएंगे। इसका ठीक उल्टा क्या होता है? जो लोग रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेशन रख के कोई कर्म करते हैं, फलाकांक्षा सहित, कामना सहित, कि मैं काम कर रहा हूं इसका ऐसा फल मिलना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए, वे वर्तमान के क्षण में नहीं जी रहे, वे भविष्य में चले गए कि परिणाम कैसा आना चाहिए। और ये जो उनकी मूर्छा है वो वर्तमान के क्षण में इस क्रिया में पूरी तरह संलग्न नहीं है। इसकी वजह से उनके कर्म बिगड़ जाते हैं और कर्म बिगड़ जाते हैं तो फिर फल भी बिगड़ ही जाएगा। तो सुनने में अटपटी लगती है बात, जो लोग वर्तमान के क्षण का मजा लेते हुए कर्म करते हैं निष्काम भाव से, फलाकांक्षा रहित होकर, उनको अच्छे फल मिलेंगे। और जो फल की आकांक्षा से परेशान हैं, तनावग्रस्त हो गए हैं, फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड हो गए, उनका फल बिगड़ जाएगा। क्योंकि वह टेंशन में और गंभीर होके, तनावग्रस्त होके वो अपना कर्म कर रहे थे, तो कर्म ही बिगड़ गया तो परिणाम तो बिगड़ेगा ही बिगड़ेगा। भगवान कृष्ण गीता में जो उपदेश देते हैं उसमें से एक मुख्य बिंदु यह है, हे अर्जुन, फलाकांक्षा रहित होकर कर्म कर। अर्जुन क्या कह रहा था कि मैं संन्यास ले लेता हूं, अर्थात कर्म का त्याग कर देता हूं, मुझे नहीं लड़ना युद्ध। वो तीर धनुष रख के बैठ गया था कि मैं रणभूमि से जाता हूं, मुझे नहीं चाहिए सिंहासन, मुझे नहीं लड़ना। वो कह रहा है कि मैं कर्म को छोड़ दूं। और भगवान क्या कह रहे हैं उससे? ये कर्म को कैसे छोड़ोगे? जब तक तुम जीवित हो कर्म तो होगा ही होगा। ये नहीं होगा, दूसरा कर्म होगा, तीसरा होगा, चौथा होगा, कोई ना कोई कर्म अवश्य होगा। जीवन और कर्म पर्यायवाची हैं। तो कर्म का तो त्याग हो ही नहीं सकता। हाँ, कर्म के साथ जो आकांक्षा जुड़ी है फल की, उसका त्याग हो सकता है। भगवान कृष्ण स्पष्ट करते हैं कि हे अर्जुन, कर्म का त्याग संन्यास नहीं है, कर्म की फलाकांक्षा का त्याग असली संन्यास है। कितना महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु। भगवान कृष्ण को हुए कहते हैं 4,500 साल हो गए, लेकिन उनकी बात किसी ने सुनी ही नहीं। आज भी सन्यासी अपने घर को, परिवार को, दुकान को, खेत खलिहान को छोड़ के वो सोचते हैं कि हम सन्यासी हो गए। अपनी जिम्मेवारी छोड़ के कोई सन्यासी नहीं होता। अपनी जिम्मेवारी को साक्षी भाव से करने से सन्यासी होता है। छोड़ना है फल की आकांक्षा, कर्म नहीं छोड़ना। 2 प्रकार से कर्म के छोड़ने की बात दुनिया में चली। एक पूरब में सन्यासियों ने कर्म का त्याग कर दिया कि हम दुकान नहीं चलाएंगे, खेत खलिहान नहीं करेंगे, हम जंगल में जाकर चुपचाप गुफा में बैठ के ध्यान करेंगे। कर्म से बचने की कोशिश की, लेकिन याद रखना परिणाम कुछ नहीं हुआ। वो केवल काहिल, आलसी, तामसी, पहले से भी ज्यादा मूर्छापूर्ण हो गए। सजगता हासिल नहीं हुई। दूसरा उपाय पश्चिम के लोगों ने किया विज्ञान के द्वारा कि हम मशीन से काम लेंगे, रोबोट से काम लेंगे, एआई से काम लेंगे, ताकि हमको कुछ ना करना पड़े। हम बस बैठे बैठे टीवी का रिमोट कंट्रोल की बटन दबाते रहे और कुछ हमको ना करना पड़े। याद रखना, इन्हीं लोगों ने फिर फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार किया था, इन्हीं लोगों ने सेकंड वर्ल्ड वार किया था, और भविष्य में यही थर्ड और आखिरी वर्ल्ड वार करेंगे। आदमी कुछ तो करेगा, उसके साधारण जिंदगी के काम खत्म हो गए। ये आदमी उपद्रव करेगा, ये आतंकवादी बन जाएगा, ये युद्धखोर बन जाएगा, ये परमाणु बम बनाएगा, बायोलॉजिकल वेपन्स बनाएगा, कुछ ना कुछ तो करेगा। तो भारत में एक प्रकार से कर्म से बचने की कोशिश की गई थी कि हम कुछ ना करें, सन्यासी हो जाएं, और पश्चिम में दूसरे ढंग से कर्म से बचने की कोशिश की। सफल कोई भी नहीं हुआ, किसी के जीवन में शांति और आनंद फलित नहीं हुआ। आज हमें वापस समय आया है भगवान कृष्ण की बात को समझने का, और ओशो ने वही किया। उन्होंने कहा कि तुमको संसार और परिवार छोड़ के जाना नहीं है, अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पूरी निभानी है। हाँ, सन्यासी होने का अर्थ है फलाकांक्षा छोड़ दो। वो जो तनाव है भविष्य का कि ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए, वो आग्रह तुम्हारे मन में ना हो। तुम अभी का मजा लो जो कर रहे हो इसका, भविष्य की बात ही नहीं करो। ये है असली सन्यास। आपको शायद पता हो, जब भगवान कृष्ण के ऊपर ओशो प्रवचन माला दे रहे थे कुल्लू मनाली में, उस समय उन्होंने नव सन्यास का सूत्रपात किया। ये संयोग नहीं है, बिल्कुल लॉजिकल है, क्योंकि भगवान कृष्ण ने 4500 साल पहले यह उपदेश दिया था, लेकिन किसी ने नहीं सुना। ओशो ने इसको प्रायोगिक रूप से बड़े पैमाने पर फैलाया। तो कर्मयोग का मतलब हम जो कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, करेंगे, उसके संग हम साक्षी भाव को जोड़ेंगे, वर्तमान के क्षण में जिएंगे और निष्काम होकर कर्म करेंगे, फलाकांक्षा रहित होकर कर्म करेंगे। और उसका एक उपाय है, आप कर्म का मजा लो, एंजॉय व्हाट यू आर डूइंग। जब हम एंजॉय करते हैं तो हम वर्तमान के क्षण में आ जाते हैं, भविष्य हमारे लिए कोई मायने नहीं रखता। आम आदमी किस ढंग से जी रहा है, भविष्य उन्मुख होकर जी रहा है। वो अपने कर्म का मजा नहीं ले रहा, कर्म के द्वारा क्या प्राप्त होना है वो उसका मजा ले रहा है कल्पना में। अगर वो फल भी आ गया उसका भी मजा नहीं ले पाएगा, क्योंकि इसकी आदत पड़ गई, ये हमेशा फ्यूचर में जीता है। अभी सोच रहा है कि 1 लाख से 1 करोड़ हो जाए फिर मजा लूंगा, बड़े टेंशन के साथ गंभीरता पूर्वक ये लगा हुआ 1 करोड़ इकट्ठे करने में। लेकिन जब 1 करोड़ इकट्ठे हो जाएंगे, समझो इसमें 5 साल का समय लग गया, इस 5 साल में ये एडिक्टेड हो गया है टेंशन का, एप्रीहेंशन का, घबराहट का, भय का। इसकी नींद उड़ गई है, चैन से कभी खाना नहीं खाता, घर परिवार के लोगों से कभी प्रेम से मिलता नहीं, समय ही नहीं है। 5 साल में इसकी आदत पड़ गई। जब 1 करोड़ इसके पास आ जाएंगे तब ये सोचने लगेगा कि 100 करोड़ करना है। ये वर्तमान का मजा ले ही नहीं सकता, ये जिंदगी में कभी मजा नहीं ले पाएगा। हमें इसका ठीक उल्टा करना है, जो है हम उसका तो पूरा मजा लें। ठीक है, जब अधिक हो जाएगा तो और अधिक का मजा लेंगे, लेकिन हम एक मजा लेने वाले व्यक्ति बने। तो कर्मयोग का छोटा सा सूत्र आपको देता हूं, आप जो भी कर रहे हैं उसका पूरा पूरा सुख लीजिए, और आप पाएंगे आप साक्षी हो गए, शांत हो गए, प्रसन्न हो गए। और ऐसा नहीं सोचना कि आप फलाकांक्षा रहित हो गए तो फल नहीं आएंगे, फल तो अपने आप आएंगे। एक किसान जमीन निंदाई गुड़ाई करता है, बीजारोपण करता है, खाद डालता है, पानी सींचता है, बागुड़ लगाता है, इंसेक्टिसाइड डालता है, पौधा तो अपने आप बड़ा होगा, फसल अपने आप आएगी। कोई खींच खींच के फसल थोड़ी निकालता है वो बैठ के, कि टेंशन में बैठे हैं कि गेहूं आएंगे कि नहीं आएंगे। अरे भाई, गेहूं का बीज वो, यहाँ तो गेहूं की फसल आएगी, चने की थोड़ी आ जाएगी, सरसों की थोड़ी आएगी। इसमें चिंता करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। तो ठीक इसी प्रकार हम अपना कर्म करें विश्राम पूर्वक। बीज के ही तो फल आते हैं, कोई चमत्कार थोड़ी होता है। सब चीजें नियम पूर्वक चल रही हैं। तो कर्मयोगी को इस बात की समझ में आ जाती कि चीजें एक नियम पूर्वक चल रही हैं और वो वर्तमान के क्षण का मजा लेता है। तो कर्मयोग सारांश में क्या हुआ? निष्काम कर्म, फलाकांक्षा रहित कर्म, वर्तमान के क्षण में होश पूर्वक दृष्टा भाव से किया गया कर्म। और उसका बड़ा सा सरल सा सूत्र है, एंजॉय व्हाट यू आर डूइंग। सिंपल सी बात, सबको समझ में आ सकती है, और आप पाएंगे आप कर्मयोगी हो गए।
That was the video from Swami Shailendra Ji, where he, with his sweet voice, explained and shared with us the meaning of yoga, the meaning of understanding the life in various forms, and the philosophy behind living life in a peaceful way, and understanding the deep meaning of how the small impacts from the life forms can help us understanding what is real yoga, the understanding of the reason why we live, the reason why this earth smiles, the birds chirp, and these small, small seeds grow up and plant themselves into the huge biodiversity in which we all are living. And all this is connected with our mind. It's all this is connected with the peace within us. And that's where the yoga starts. The yoga that is the hidden philosophy of life on the earth that not only restores peace to us, but to everything in this universe. And with that philosophical meaning and the light that he keeps spreading through his preachings worldwide has given an enormous help to a lot of people who come to his shelter and learn the Osho fragrance, the healing power behind yoga and meditation. So that was our Swami Shailendra Ji, and now it's time to move from there to South Africa in Johannesburg, where we have our next guest, Chantel. Global Namaste to you.
Namaste,
And a very
everybody.
warm welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope
It's
you're
a
all good.
pleasure to have you. Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm really glad to see you after such a long time. And I never thought I'll be seeing you like this, which is again a big pleasure for me too.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me. So I'm basically just going to share the importance for me of yoga on a daily basis.
Yes, and you have been practicing yoga since so many years. You follow it and you are having great plans of building up some retreats on and around with this base of yoga as well as other kind of holistic healing therapies. So here you go.
Yes, I am. So I've been practicing yoga for more than 10 years. And just a little bit of background as to how I got involved into yoga. I started having a lot of health problems, which meaning like at first nobody could really understand what was the problem. And eventually, after a lot of tests, a lot of specialists, I found out that certain vertebrae on my spine does not have the required cushioning anymore. There's a degeneration happening. So the bones are basically rubbing against one another, which impacts my sciatic nerve. And so the doctor said, no operation, you're too young to do that. And then eventually they said, do a lot of training. And one of my go-tos was yoga and Pilates. And I just started falling in love with yoga. And it became a daily routine up until the time I've basically met Dr. Amrita through training at City. And so now I find that yoga has become a massive, massive, massive daily routine for me, whereby I implement early morning meditation, pranayama. I do the asanas on a daily basis, and that has literally improved my health a lot. Every asana that I do, I find that the improvement is phenomenal, whereby a forward fold for me at the beginning was such a mission, because I had to learn to basically breathe through my practice, make sure that I'm present. The importance of the asanas is making sure that you're present in your practice on a daily basis, and you breathe through each and every pose that you're doing. And for me, that's the most fundamental aspects of actually doing yoga. I found that I had not just improved my back pain, I've improved my migraines. I suffered from migraines all my life as a child. Before exams, I used to go to a therapy session for either massages or anything. And I found that yoga has literally eliminated me having migraines, which is phenomenal. And I never actually thought that it would have such a huge improvement. If I feel that there's days whereby there's a headache coming on, then I would go into an upside down pose. And I just feel that that relief of everything just helps me quite a lot. Standing on my head against the wall or anything would basically just alleviate a lot of pressure. I also find that with certain asanas like downward facing dog, it basically engaged such a lot of muscle groups in my body that I didn't realize that my arms were getting stronger. My torso was actually becoming a lot more stronger than what it was. And it was phenomenal, because every time you do a daily practice, you improve slightly. You might think at the beginning that you do not improve, but you do. And it's a huge goal in itself. I found that I sleep better because I have a lot more deep sleep. And for me, it's like the deep sleep it's important, because living in Johannesburg in South Africa, it's a daily bustle. You literally have to be up like at a set early mornings and just make sure that everything goes. Sitting hectic traffic, whereby the relaxation of meditation, of doing certain poses before I scoot out of the door, has become literally a lifeline for me. Being able to breathe through certain stresses in a car, even going on my way to work or on my way anywhere, because you actually realize that yoga is not just a couple of hours a day, or an hour a day, or 15 minutes or 20 minutes. It can be a 2-minute session in your car, just doing pranayama, or just sitting and making sure that your posture improves. I sit up, instead of this now, I can actually sit up straight. And every time you become very conscious of what you're doing. And that for me is so phenomenal. It reduced my stress levels a lot, because you just become aware of there's certain things in life that you can control, and the things that you cannot control is things that you have to just breathe through. Take time out and just listen and just move on, because you cannot do a lot if you cannot control it. And it it grounds you in such a way that the humbleness that you actually discover within yourself as a person is just phenomenal. You realize that you detach from a lot of worldly things that as sometimes a career person, you think it's important to make sure that you reach for the top of your peak in your career, whereby it's important, but it's not that important in your life. If you do not look after your health through some sort of mechanism, which yoga is phenomenal to at that point, then you realize that you're working yourself towards a hospital bed or to the nearest pharmacy in terms of medication, etc. I've also discovered that a few years ago that I started suffering from asthma, and funny enough, nobody in my family actually has, especially not my close siblings, has any. And I did not realize that my lung capacity at some stage, I would most probably say it was because of stress. You just carry on with life and you think everything is okay, but you don't realize the importance of actually just taking back. And because of that, I've literally increased my level of yoga. And I find that I do yoga poses for about two hours on a daily basis. And that excludes meditation. Meditation for me is something I do first thing early in the morning, and I'm an early riser. So a lot of the times it's like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. And if I open the door and I feel the fresh air, it's phenomenal. And it's the quietness of the mind, the quietness of your soul, of everything, your surroundings. There's like nothing that intertwines or that actually attaches you. It's just you, your mat, and the freshness or the earth outside that actually focus you in such a manner that you realize that the longevity that yoga actually brings into place is just a phenomenal. It's a phenomenal ground root base that you can have in your life. And this is why, Dr. Amrita, I reached out to you, because I've actually realized that not a lot of people realize that it's more important to look after yourself. You need to make sure that your body, your mind, and your soul is actually entwined. And that is what yoga brought to me. It brought calmness, less anxiety. And I found that over time, I always incorporated something new, whereby at first, I wasn't a person that would just automatically move into specific areas of my life. I would take it slow. I would learn. And the learning aspect for me and the background thereof has always been a fundamental role. And reaching out to you to say, like, I need to discuss with you Ayurveda and how I would introduce this going forward, because I've realized that it's not just the mind and making sure that everything is in place, but it's also making sure that the body, or the temple of the body, through what you eat, through what you put in your mouth, through what you share with people, that actually comes into fruition as well. And that is basically the next level that I'm going into, is making sure that it's starting to become a lifestyle. It's not just a daily routine anymore. There is simplicity in making sure that you as a person, or let me say there's an honor in making sure that you as an individual can share what you have and contribute it to everybody else around there that's not aware that their daily lives or what they actually have can be enriched in such a way that it's a blessing to have everything that we do have. And it's not a matter of what's the next step? What am I going to reach next? Yes, I'm academic, but there needs to be a balance. And yoga finds balance. Yoga finds peace. You can reach your academic goals through actually making sure that you as a person, as a whole, in yoga is fulfilled, is healthy. A daily practice of a yoga routine, just doing a downward facing dog, make sure that you engage all the various muscles in your body, making sure that you actually stand up tall. When you sit in a meeting, you don't need to slouch. You can still sit up. It shows confidence. But your posture doesn't have to portray that you've basically not... your posture says a lot about you. And it needs to make sure that if you sit up straight and your spine is straight, you feel wonderful. At first, you don't realize that, but the benefits thereof is long-term. It's not just the short-term retrieve. And finding, I think being in a city like Johannesburg in South Africa, that's so chaotic, finding balance, finding peace, finding a fundamental connection with yourself through sharing, through experiencing, and knowing that even though I work a 9-to-5 job, I can still do a nice meal when I get home that actually enriches my body as well, and not just the hustle bustle to the nearest takeaway shop. And making sure that everything else in our lives is fulfilled to a manner of full fulfillment and contentment as a whole. So I found that yoga for me personally, a lot of people think it's about flexibility, but it's not. Yoga brings flexibility. Yes, it does. And that flexibility has major benefits in your life. You find that certain roles or certain things that you actually want to achieve. If I want to go climb a mountain, I would be able to implement my daily pranayama breathing through climbing that mountain because I'm in one with nature and I can endure everything else that basically comes into play. And I've experienced that. I could do hikes for days, knowing that the higher the altitude, it's fine because I can breathe through it. And my mindset is that of, I can do this. And I can stand up tall when I do that. And once I reach the peak of where I need to be on that hike, I can clearly just go down and say thank you and stand tall in mountain pose because I've done it. I've done it in a different way, but through a yoga practice. And that for me was important because I found that my energy levels has spiked. If I tell you spiked, I mean, people will think sometimes I'm on drugs because my energy levels has peaked and it's phenomenal. And I love it. I found that I can't even remember the last time I've had flu because yoga has made my immune system stronger. And with what I put into my body, it basically, the two goes hand in hand. I found that I've become more aware of my body. I know my body better. I know what's good for my body. I know what's not good for my body. If I twist, I would know how far I can twist. I would know if I breathe in a certain way and twist, I might not get the same leverage that I would if I actually do proper yoga breathing and actually twist in that manner. I've found that the biggest benefit for me is actually through the lifestyle in itself. And that is what I'm looking forward to sharing. So yeah, so that's it.
Oh, amazing, amazing. That is so amazing. I remember when you visited, but then these kind of experiences, the lifetime experiences that comes from one's own way, that teaches one that yes, this thing is really a right medicine for me, and that's how it is working. And you have been mentioning a lot on so many things about your self story, how from a particular disease state you have recovered and passed on with so many things, and then added up to your lifestyle which has come up to be in a bloom way for your own self is really nice. And that's what yoga brings, I think. And today's episode is especially dedicated to all those people who have found a great resilience in their life, not only the physical flexibility, but also the mental flexibility to harness themselves, and also the right thing, which is about the posture that not only makes you go straight and it corrects your spine, but also helps to make you feel good, elegant, as well as confident about yourself. And all these things are tremendously very important. Shanti, let me just introduce you to one of our episode producers, as well as a regular Healing Our Earth contributor, yoga expert, Riddhi Vyas. And she is from London, and she's one of my beautiful friends, as you can see her. A very
She's very
global
good.
Riddhi. A very
Global
warm
namaste.
welcome. And please say hello to Chantel from Johannesburg in South Africa. And how does she align with you and your tips of life for yoga? Over to you. Thank you.
First of all, Amrita, thank you so much for doing a fantastic job with anchoring and hosting today's episode. It's been fantastic to be working with you as well. And a global namaste to Chantal. Thank you for
Yeah.
being so brutally honest about yoga and the benefits behind it as well. I think you've had so much knowledge and wisdom that you have shared with us there, and what you've actually experienced in your own life, and how yoga has helped you to find your balance point, how yoga has helped you to come back to a center point within yourself. And I think that is the key, because when we're able to break through those mental emotional challenges, those mental emotional problems, our whole world, our whole perception begins to free up. And I think that's what you've been experiencing, where you've had your spine being straight, you've had your spine being aligned. Well, having an alignment balances your left and your right nadis, which is your Ida and your Pingala nadis, into your Sushumna nadi, which is your central point. And so then you've got a free amount of energy that's moving through the spine. So of course, that's going to help you to feel a lot more energized. It's going to help you to feel a lot more in yourself. So it's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing your experience.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Chantal. Please stay around.
I will do that.
And
Thanks, Doc.
thank you.
Thanks.
And Riddhi, what have you lined up today? Today's episode is one of your favorite episodes as well. You're an episode producer of today's episode. You have been practicing yoga meditation all the way through. What is your message before we move to India again with Kiran? Over to you, Riddhi.
So my message for yoga is to find your own health and well-being within. A lot of the times people go to the external world to find the sources of happiness. Actually, when we come back to our center point, when we come back to ourselves, that is true happiness.
Wonderful. So it's time to welcome our guests from India. Over to you, Riddhi. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. And a global namaste to Kiranji. Kiranji is a Himalayan yogi. He does a lot of masterclasses around this as well. He's also got two projects, which are Think Peace and the Refugee Aid Project, where he's helping those in marginalized communities with human rights. And a lot of the times it comes back to a sense of being. Kiranji, tell us more about this.
Namaste. Thank you so much for inviting me for this event, Riddhi. Sorry if I'm doing my hands like this. That's because I'm in one of my refugee camps. You can see.
Right.
So there are a lot of mosquitoes here right now. So and then that's our mandir in the camp. So so that's the only reason. So yeah, I mean, yes, we work with the Hindu refugees that are fleeing Pakistan and Bangladesh and trying to come into India and settle down here. And then we have about 92 refugee camps across Bharat, that is India. And also we have about 327,000 refugees living in our camps right now. Yeah.
Beautiful. So there's a lot of karma yoga going on there as well. And when you first started your journey, it started from a perspective of yoga and how
Yeah.
you managed to embody that into your day-to-day life through yoga sadhana. Tell us more about your experience.
Yeah, I started as I mentioned to you on the other day. Like I started when I was 6. For me, whenever I saw Swami Vivekananda or the Adi Shankara, it have inspired me so much as a 6-year-old kid. Like if you look at if someone looks at a flight, they like it, they want to become a pilot, right? So similarly, everyone as a kid wants to become something, and for me, the calling have always been this cloth right here that's on my body right now. So, but then, I come from a very different kind of a family background. There was no one spiritual. In fact, I taught my mom how to do prayers. So, so yeah, so I had to find my way. And then it was when I was 13, I went to Himalayas and I grew up there until I was 19. But when you're in deep spiritual practice as a Himalayan yogi, something that follows up immediately is service.
Yes.
So service and spirituality is something that I've decided to take up. But from 13 to 19, it was a very hard journey for me to realize, what I want to be. And yeah, since then I've been doing this. First, it was tribal areas, and then now it's refugees. So what I do, like you said, is I do yoga workshops in US, UK, and Australia. And in return, whatever bhiksha I get, I bring it back and serve my people back home here.
Fabulous. Sounds amazing. And a lot of the work that you do
Yeah.
is with children because you've had that in your own life where you've had to find your way. You haven't actually had somebody show you, but it's through your life experiences that you've been able to shape that. So I've
Right.
got to ask you, from the perspective of a Himalayan yogi, what does yoga sadhana mean to you? And how can we help our viewers today to step further into yoga sadhana?
Definitely. I mean, see, let me start with our mantra, which says Sadashiva Arambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Parampara. Basically, we all believe that our yoga, there are many kinds of yogas across the world. And based on the intention behind why you're practicing yoga, the style is, kept evolving all the time, right? So in Himalayas, I can only speak from the perspective of the Himalayan yoga, from where basically yoga took its birth, right? So it is when Hatha yoga, when Shiva was giving the knowledge to Parvati Ma, who is the first yogi. Shiva is anyways there, but then the first yogi that learned is actually a woman, that is Parvati Ma, and that's when Matsyendranath your G heard it, and then Hatha Yoga was written. So that's how it started, right? But today, especially when I'm traveling in Western countries, a lot of people ask me, what kind of yogi are you? Are you a Hatha yogi? Are you a Ashtanga yogi? Questions like that. And then it just baffles me because one, to be called as a Hatha yogi or a Ashtanga yogi, they need to have a certain number of qualities, right? Like, for example, you want to call yourself as a Hatha yogi, there are 8 qualities. That is, anima. Like, for example, you become so small, like how Hanumanji, Sukshma Rupa Dharisi Hedikava, Bikata Rupa Dharya, Lanka Jarava, and then you can become so strong that no one will be able to move you. And, you can become so light that you can move like a feather, right? So one needs to have these 8 qualities to be called as Hatha yogi. You can't just, call yourself Hatha yogi. We are a practitioner of Hatha yogi. No? So from there came Patanjali Maharshi, who made it into simple sutras and then made it more available for larger audience to pick, because in the history of Sanatan Dharma, which yoga belongs to, we only have 13 Hatha yogis in our lineage, and the last one being Lord Hanuman. So it takes, it's not an easy art. So I feel like that's how Ashtanga yoga, through Patanjali Maharshi, Patanjali Sutras and everything came, and then it was more widely available. From there, it took many shapes. Like B.K. Iyengar have thought that okay, we should add more props so it's easier to learn asana, and so something like that. And then came hot yogas, and then there are many yogas. Like then there is now beer yoga, nude yoga. There are so many different kinds of yogas now. But in Himalayas, I would only say that we have never criticized any of them, because someone's doing beer yoga, someone's doing something after a few days, right? After a few months, what we believe is at least they have taken that step towards spirituality. So after 3 months, 4 months, there will be a sense of emptiness that seeps into it, and then the search begins.
And
So
that is the
and then they
life
will
that they are creating for themselves as
exactly,
well. It's the
exactly,
life of the yogi. It's
exactly.
the life
So
that they
at
want to
least they
create their group.
started there. At least they started there. But then ultimately, they will everyone have to merge into Himalayas. So that's what we believe. And then so that is the lineage we come from.
So
And
that is a lovely
as a
lineage, Kiranji. One of the questions
yes.
I actually have for you, based on what you've just shared with us, is around the concept of Shiva and Shakti, which is, if we look at it on a wider perspective, we're looking at Shiva and Parvati, we're looking at masculine and feminine energy intertwining and coming together. So how can we actually help ourselves to embed this process on a day-to-day basis? What are some of the tips that you can share with us that help us to really tap into this Shiva and Shakti energy?
No, see, Shiva and Shakti energy, we all have that energy within ourselves, So we all do have that energy within ourselves. But I'd like to actually take back to, understanding, I'm so sorry. Take back to understanding, the difference between, because I think that's what I mentioned to you. Because as a traveler of, coming from Hatha yoga, Himalayan yoga, traveling in the Western countries, so there is a narrative, lot of narratives, like, yoga gives peace, meditation gives peace and calmness. But in Himalayas, we never believe that. We always believe that yoga and meditation makes you conscious. It is, and that consciousness will put you in take you to places which are uncomfortable to face otherwise, because you're so deep within you, right? And then, or you're doing asana, so you will see those physical limitations, you will see those mental limitations, right? So tapa, when people say tapas, everyone thinks people are just leaving everything and running away. It's not true. Tapas, it says in Sanskrita, means fire. Fire can never be peace. It burns you from within, right? So it shows you all those uncomfortable places that you don't want to confront, right? So yoga shows you that. So it cannot give you peace, but it is marked, because there is so much stress, so much, pain in the world, and so many fears. So it's a very easy way to bring people, saying that, okay, Ajao, you come here, do a 1 hour session, you feel so peaceful, and then you walk out. So it have become more like a spa, so you enjoy that moment, but when you step out, when in the real world, you can't just take it, so yeah, so that's why it does. So peace and calmness are a byproduct of becoming conscious, confronting those fears, so that is tapa. You know what I'm talking about. So that is why, even when they say that yoga makes you calm, or no, it's not. Like even Rigveda, the foundation of our scriptures, it very clearly says who is a yogi. Simhavat sarva vegena patantyarthi kiladina. That means a yogi should be like a lion hunting. That means you're at the peak of your stamina. Like one of the sisters earlier said, like, once your energy peaks, so how do you stay balanced, right? So how do you live like that? Not just after meditation, but all your, even when you're sleeping, you're so deep everywhere. You're peaking your stamina, peaking your speed, and peaking your focus. So that is how a yogi should be, not weak and meek, and then, just la 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 la. So the calmness is within yourself. So this is what the Hatha Yoga in this belief. So the intention behind being a Hatha Yoga, like in the Himalayan Yoga, is to become fearless. So we believe, like even Bhagavan Krishna, when he puts down the virtues, he says, Abhayam Shattva Sanshuddhir Gnana Yoga Vyavastitha. What Bhagavan says is, Abhayam. That means only when you are fearless. Sattva Sanshuddhir Gnana Yoga Vyavastitha. For the first virtue that one needs is to become fearless. Only when you become fearless that the Gnana Yoga, the yoga will start flowing within you. Otherwise, you'll keep fluctuating. One day you feel great, one day you don't feel great. One day you feel connected to something, one day you feel not connected. So that fluctuation that most of us go through, right? So that is because of fears, if you deeply look into it. So yoga's first thing is to make you fearless. And that fearless brings in balance to you. And that is what in Himalayas we work for. So I'm just trying to clear the narrative between the Western versus the authentic Himalayan yoga, right? So when you find that fearlessness, all those, Shiva, Shakti, the masculine, feminine energy and all of it will automatically interlink. The balance will come into you. And all of this leads to what we call as Vairagya. Again, Vairagya has a very different meaning that the West puts forward. That is like, you detachment. Simply, they said detachment. That means like, you're not attached to anything. That is not true. That is not Vairagya that we see in Himalayan Yoga. When I'm only talking from that perspective, I'm not saying no one is right or wrong. Okay. So for us, it is, so Vairagya means Vai means not having, Raga means colors. So that means you become transparent. That is the meaning of Vairagya. So if you hold a transparent glass, let's say I put this behind it, what does the transparent glass look like? It looks orange. If I put black, it looks black. If I put white, it looks blue, it looks blue. I remove those colors, it still stays transparent. You understand? So that is what we want to become. We are part of everything. We are part of family. We are part of friends. We are part of service. We are part of everything. But nothing disturbs who you are. Nothing disturbs your balance. That is what Vairagya means. You are part of everything. It's not about giving up. It's not about leaving and running away. That you do a period of time to do sadhana. Because at that time, the less disturbance you have, the more focus you can do. But the idea of doing that sadhana is to become fearless, become balanced, come out, and then become the best in whatever you want to. It can be business, it can be social service, it can be anything else. So this is what, for example, Vairagya and the Himalayan yoga that we are talking about.
So I think that's a really good point there that you've just touched on, which is basically the power that you have within is what is going to show up on the outside as well. It's the same situation when an individual is stressed. It's whatever they're actually holding on to deep within is what is then going to explode and come out when that person is really stressed. So then in that case, how does a person come back to a state of power, a state of deep love and compassion for themselves, for their families, for their friends, for the wider world?
It is again through sadhana. As I said, like, once you start, so see, in Himalayas, we have like 84 pranayamas. Okay. So even if you Google today, like you will get 11, 12 of them, or probably 15, if you're really good at search engines and all that. But there are 84, which we call as Gupta pranayamas. Gupta means secret pranayamas. So these are given based on the sadhu, or the yogi, or the sadhak, so based on, so that is the dialogue between a guru and shishya, so even if when I'm doing classes, I always tell this, like if I have 100 sadhaks in my class, I am not taking one class. For me, that is 100 classes running parallelly, because each one is physically, mentally in their own space. So I cannot have a choreographed class for everyone. The class runs in a flow, but at the same time, I'm working with each and every individual. In fact, that's why when I do my training sessions, the Eka Mandala is one of the 15-hour sessions that we have. I don't take more than 40 sadhaks, no matter what they're offering, donations, whatever they're doing, because 40 is what I can do justice to. And that's why I also never do online classes, because I need to have that personal connection. One-on-one, yeah, I can try, but then group classes we never do, because because it needs that understanding of each and every. You know what I mean?
So Kiranji,
So
I think that's a
so
really important point that you've just drawn in, is
yeah,
that
so we
everyone is
cannot
basically
have
at their
a
own
standard
pace.
thing. I cannot give you a standard thing saying that, okay, this is what you do and then this is how you'll find it. It depends on each and every person. And then how you stitch those 84 pranayamas into a mala. Like someone may need three pranayamas, okay, one from here and then these things, So that is what the sadhana is. Even namaskaras, right? There is Surya Namaskara that we all know, but in Himalayas we practice 8 namaskaras. So we have namaskaras for all 5 elements, like Bhumi Namaskara, Akash Namaskara, that is for all the 5 elements. So it depends on who practices what. Like Surya Namaskara is 12 asanas stitched together. Agni Namaskara is 156 asanas stitched together. Jala Namaskara is 254 asanas stitched together. So you just imagine the mind power, the stamina, and everything that we need to do that Jala Namaskara. But if I'm coming and teaching Jala Namaskara today, that won't be justice, because that much of stamina and the memory and that needs to be developed. So that's a relation between Guru and Sishya.
So I think that's really important to maintain that relationship between a guru and shikshak, and everyone is at their own stages of life. And I think that's the most important thing for a guru to remember as well, is to take people from where they are to where they want to be. So tell me a little bit more about when you actually take your children through these exercises, when you're teaching classes for children. Is there like a particular thing that you would start off with? I know that everyone's on their own individual journeys, but is there like a base of which to actually begin those classes?
Yes, I mean, yes, definitely, because especially children, especially in the US and everywhere, I see that they have an opposite breathing. Like when they inhale, they take their diaphragm inside, like which should be coming outside, because of the sport and because of the anxiety and because of everything. They go, this is their breathing pattern. So I try to understand that. I try to so what in yoga, in our Himalayan yoga, we consider this as the daiva bhu. Like if you put your thumb underneath your cage, there is a small dent, and then we place the little finger in our belly button and then you just place it. So we consider this like a balloon, right? So if you are putting air in it, it expands. If you take off the air, it contracts, right? So we start with something as basic as this, so that they understand where their inhales and exhales are, because and then no movement of chest and everything. So just consciously focus on your nose and this. So that's how we started, so that they get to that simple, nice and flow, where the base is nice and strong, and from there we mount more pranayamas based on the child. So, but that's how we start, like just to make sure that their breathing is right. So it takes a lot of time to understand and explain to them, and then from there we build more. From there we build more of these things, yeah, more of pranayamas and everything.
Exactly. And as you've just pointed out to us as well, fear actually has absolutely no place in dharma. In fact, I think that's why the dharma that we practice on a Sanatan level is really one of the critical factors in which to start to understand ourselves and start to understand others a lot better. So I know from the conversations that we've had, when you actually do go out and you're visiting these families, marginalized communities, one of the things that you do is a lot of shravanam and listening to the individual pain points and the things that they feel. Well, one of the things with fear is that fear tends to be a lot of the sort of chesty breathing, and it tends to stop us from really being able to have the full yogic breath. It tends to have the stomach going inwards. So are there particular exercises that you can do in order to help them in that moment as well? Is there a particular go-to that they can start to practice on a very basic level?
Yes, definitely. I mean, we have different numbers that they throw inhales at this number and exhales at this number. But then, again, we all know when someone faces that anxiety in the camps, right? they don't have that much of time to sit and then count and everything. So what we generally say is just simply sit, relax, and then just take as long as inhale as possible, and then we just say that take that exhale little longer than that inhale. And rather than giving that numbers again, they're stressing on that. We just try to make it focused on the inhales and exhales, and then you take a deeper inhale, and then exhale is slightly longer than that, things like that. But other than that, it is just sitting with them and talking at that point of time, because what we need to understand is like how Bhagavan Krishna again says, Matra sparshasta kaunteya shitoshna shukadukadaha agama paino anitya tansitiksha bharata. So what Bhagavan says is, let's just like shitoshna shukadukadaha. Shital means winter, Ushna means summer, Sukha Dukha. So Bhagavan says, just like winter and summer, happiness and sadness one goes one after another.
It's like
Agama
the
Paino, they come, they go, Anitya, they're impermanent. So what Bhagavan says is, he never, in the whole of Gita, you see, he never says you can overcome sadness. Not once Bhagavan says. What he says is, Tan Stitikshasva Bharata. One who knows to stay balanced despite these two coming and going is yoga, is yogi. So that is a stage we try to keep them in, like, just stay balanced, this too shall pass. So it's a dialogue more than the asana at that time. Again, that is also rooted in Vedas. Yoga is not just breathing, yoga is not just asana. Yoga is how you think, what is your intention, how you live on every single minute. Right? So we focus more on the scripture and then try to quote that scripture, and then try to motivate them and then understand them, because that's what goes into them mostly. So different people, different strokes.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. And a lot of that is about human rights and just enabling them to have their voices heard. And I can also see that we've got Dr. Pepe Yago in the audience with us today as well. And he is a phenomenal person that does a lot of work on human rights. And he's actually done a project on international relations in his
Fantastic.
master's. Dr. G, would you like to come join us live? Thank you so much. Please tell us a little bit more about the work that you do and how it can actually help in a global phenomenon too.
Yeah, so I do a range of things. I focus, my background is mainly in international relations, foreign policy. I started my career as a diplomat, and then I moved into the world of think tanks, looking at, in particular, Indian foreign policy and the role of cultural values. And that's what my PhD in my book was on. And I've since expanded to a little bit more on the international law side of things, and I was working in at the International Criminal Court in The Hague as well. And my second book that I'm finalizing at the moment actually looks at human rights, but also looks at animal rights, and in particular how different cultures conceptualize animals. And one of the most interesting things is how the Dharmic traditions look at animals, and there's some real striking differences there when you compare it to the West.
So I think that is really important because there's a spark of divinity within all of us, which helps to bring us all on to a similar plane. The same thing with animals as well. They each have that spark of divinity within, and then free will of how to actually exercise. They have a choice of the directions that they go in. So what are your views on what Kiranji has shared with us today?
I'm no expert on yoga. But I do practice breathing and meditation, mindful breathing, and recently I've started trying to breathe more from my stomach as well. And I think just hearing figures like him, for me, I find it quite inspiring because it just reminds you to stay on that focus. Like he was saying, you're always on it. And I think that's always a good reminder to always be focused, to always be mindful, and to always remember these important truths.
Absolutely. And I think that actually comes back to a state of ekagrata and sthita pragya, where somebody is so focused and so concentrated on the one task in front of them that it negates all of the pain around them, where they can literally just go so deep into that one thing. And I think that is a key concept around human rights as well, is to be able to come at it from a dignified perspective, to be able to understand, to be able to sit in common communities and to understand each other's perspectives, to be able to form that vision, so to speak, that brings everyone together, because everyone's got some kind of pain that they are experiencing, that they are going through. And even if we can't transcend all of that pain in one go, it's about slowly, layer by layer, peeling that off. And I think that comes back to your book as well, where we're talking about animal rights. And a lot of the times the animal, when people actually start to hunt animals or they start to go in the opposite direction, that is a lot of tamas that's coming to the surface. It's a lot of inertia. It's a lot of that sense of lack, as almost to speak. And so then when we move into activity and we move into a state of having those conversations, as Kiranji kindly shared with us today, it enables us to basically form a common ground. And when we form that common ground, we come back to a state of sattva. So there's different techniques and things that we can use to do that. And I think that's a really key perspective there that you've just drawn in as well, is how do we basically move through these different levels in a way that helps us to grow as individuals. And I think that is something that has just come to my mind today in terms of just being a lot more aware. A lot of the times, the community that we tend to work with on these levels that experience intense traumas tend to lock down those emotions. They tend to shut themselves off from the outside world. But actually, what if it's not about that? Or what if it's about feeling, fully feeling, and not just because they're in a state of overwhelm, but because by actually feeling, they release. And by releasing those tensions, they can come back to a state of common ground.
I definitely concur with what you were saying about the common ground and about the sort of the sense of oneness amongst all humans, but also all beings. And that's a lot of what my research has really found. Like some of the ancient scriptures and the ancient teachings show this recognition that all beings are united in they all want to avoid suffering. They all seek happiness. And there is no this barrier that modern society seems to place between humans and other species, modern Western society, and I think that it's good to be reminded that even in science, they're finding they're discovering things that we already knew intuitively, which was that animals have sentience, that animals feel pain, fear, happiness, they love their young. It's all things we knew intuitively, but they're finding proof for it now, and it just confirms that whole sense of oneness, that we are all one. We all have these core similar traits, and I think it's important to always remember that.
And I think that's such a pertinent point, is that we are all one because we have the same divinity within us. And at the same time, we get to exercise free will over the choices that we make. And it's often not the situation itself, but it's the reactions that we get to choose of how we respond to a particular situation. As you're saying, there's two extremes. There's either pleasure or there's pain. And most people don't tend to go for the gray areas in between. They either choose pleasure or they choose pain. But by being present with both of those and by allowing ourselves to feel, we're able to find those gray areas in between too. And Amrita, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Riddhi, thank you so much. this has been a wonderful talk by both Kiran as well as Dr. Pethiago. But then, where the involvement of understanding the real consciousness within every individual, and acknowledging that consciousness and the connection of that consciousness with the divine self, that I think is the really an important need for an hour to combat and understand how this ecosystem of plants and animals is connected to us with yoga. And as Kiran has been talking about, the real essence of yoga comes from the inner consciousness and that connection that you find within yourself, and that energy that collates you with the whole universe around you. And that is the real yoga of the time, which I think is a very, very wonderful thought to be carried up, which is not only addressing your own personal self to find divine peace into, but also harnesses your mental well-being status as well as your power to preserve your life, the ecology around, and having sustainable solutions to harness this earth to live better, I think. So a lot of thanks to both of you for giving such an insightful thought on giving a different perspective of asanas are not the only one, which is yoga, but then there's so many things in connection to what makes it really special to heal an individual, not only humans, but animals and plants and a lot more. So that's what I have to say.
Yes, thank you both, and a global namaste for coming on and sharing your views with us as well.
Thank you so much.
Empowering. And Amrita, that is such a fantastic point, which I think we can go on with hours of discussion on. That is not one for today. So I'll pass the stage back over to you.
Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you so much for joining us, Kiran, as well as Dr. Pitya Goda. It's time to move from London and India to Mauritius, where we have our another guest, Dr. Gyaneshwara Singh, who is an Ayurveda practitioner as well as a yoga practitioner also at Mauritius. And let's hear from him what his perspective is about yoga, what his practices and beliefs in yoga system is, and also to know more about how yoga is practiced in Mauritius and how does he work on with people and how do people think about what yoga is at Mauritius. Global namaste to you and a very good evening to you, Doctor.
Namaste to you and namaste to everybody. Your question, please, can you repeat it? I could not get it.
Yeah, my question is that what kind of practice of yoga do you do at Mauritius? And how do you think yoga practices has helped Mauritian population over there? And what is your insight about how yoga is practiced there?
Thank you. Yoga, as we are all aware, yoga is a Ashtanga yoga. Right now in Mauritius, the yoga which is being done around the country is an aspect of practice of yoga to promote their health. This is like being done in other countries, the same pattern in a way is like that. Now, as we in the technical field of yoga, we are aware it's of Ashtanga yoga, the yama, niyama aspect is being told, but we need more work to be done in a more practical day-to-day applicability of yama and niyama aspect of training. At my level, the practice is there. Means, for example, when our team leaders, they are waking up in the morning, we do teach them the aspect of yama, niyama, ahimsa, saucha, aste, brahmacharya, parigraha, sauch, santosh, swadha, ishvara, pranidhan, tapa. This yama and niyama aspect is being taught from a dharana perspective to focus on those 10 qualities, Yama 5, Niyama 5, Yama and Niyama 5, so that we will know how much in our 24 hours since yesterday and up till now, how much we could adhere to those moral principles. But this type of practice, focusing sanyam, dharana, dhyan, samadhi on the qualities of yama and niyama is, let's say, in a very few amount of people. And we are trying, our organization Medha Yopik, to take it nationwide because these moral values are very important. There is a scope for it, but it needs to be projected in such a way that it looks applicability in day-to-day life to people perspective, not to my perspective. The people should feel that the way how I shall be doing yama niyama is useful in day-to-day life. Like I just gave you every day in the morning, you can just meditate the sanyam on those qualities and compare in the last 24 hours how much we had been able to successfully adhere on those principles. For example, if you take yama, ahimsa. So I just sit in the morning, I just reflect back, I'll take dharana on my brikuti area on ahimsa. My last 24 hours, have I been violent with some people at the level of physical or mental or speech? If there has been, so I'll just see, today is Sunday, yesterday was Saturday morning till Sunday morning, let's say 24 hours, I've been, okay, my ahimsa has been done. Then satya, ahimsa, asteya, brahmacharya, apariga, like that for yama and like that for niyama. So this aspect of approach is very important. It's less practice, but it is very important because it cleanses our mind and make us better prepare to tackle the next future coming 24 hours. So in Mauritius, this aspect is important, very important, because personality development is very important, and yama niyama, the yama, it cleanses our negativities, and the niyama, it replenishes our positivity. So minus and then plus come through niyama, very important. Then in Mauritius, I'm focusing in how in our next national event, I can give more importance to this aspect of training through the yogasana. See, there are two ways which I have found in public workout is they should enjoy the thoughts. So if we take the yama and niyama and bring it in a way like useful, enjoying through yogasana, it goes better in the mind of people. So our next target in the future event is to go in this direction, which I feel Mauritius is very much in need to know. Young children, school children, universities, office people, these yama niyama is very important. Then the aspect of asana in Mauritius, asana is popularized. If there is 144 villages in Mauritius, I would say every villages, there'll be around 50 people who is right now practicing yoga asanas. Yeah, this aspect is there. It's popularized in the last 10 years where it was practically nil in the country. But right now, practically in every village, you will see this aspect of asana practice is there. People come and do asana to improve their health. They think they will improve their health, but to what extent? They are taking asana on diabetes to reduce parameters of HbA1c or on serum lipids. I'm just talking some of the basic national disease in Mauritius, like high cholesterol, to what extent the kumbhak, the practice has to go so that those national disease parameters like diabetes, cholesterol, hypertension, the BP 120 to 80. If it's coming 160, 180, in how should we do the asana, how should we do the pranayama? That skill is very much needed in the country, especially in the medical application. As a specialty post, this is missing. But through our organization, we have already launched it at voluntary level. Since I am a specialist in the field of yoga, we are already teaching and bring those national 21 diseases based on its investigative parameters, how we are taking yogasana, how we are taking the 8 Ashtanga aspect and bringing it. We have already made a specialized training protocol of yoga technique, these Ashtanga yoga technique, on the aspect of the national parameters, like for diabetes, HbA1c, serum cholesterol, for serum lipids, for hypertension, we have the scale of hypertension. Like that, we have those 21. We have already devised it and we are taking it forward at our NGO level to the public. So yes, people are practicing yogasana, but there is a need to understand how to apply those those parameters, diagnostic parameters, exactly how much and dosage and timing of how to apply asanas, pranayam, exactly to that. That is the most fundamental, scarce part, because right now, out of the 1.2 million, 85% of the country is sick. So there is a huge demand if we know exactly how to take it in this direction from the aspect of asana. Then the aspect of pranayam in Mauritius, people are practicing pranayam. They think they are going to practice pranayam to become thin, lean, and trim. But how many of them are becoming lean and thin or losing weight? That's another question. It's another investigation, another research work, which I doubt. Which I feel yoga people should come to very clear parameters of Ashtanga technique, Hatha technique, and bring successful result on those national disease parameters. So pranayam, we need technician people to bring the techniques of pranayam on national diseases parameters with clear-cut dosage, timing, and this. We already have our parameters, which we have already developed, and we are working on it. Now we need scientific teams by the government as support, where we are at the moment, we don't have any such type of direct from the government support, but still we are moving forward. We hope you people, we can work out something, or if you're having something as parameters, we can collaborate on those 20 national diseases. If you're having something on pranayam, that will be very much welcome. And people are practicing pranayam, but I feel they need more techniques to bring it on national disease. Then pratyahar, controlling on senses. That's a very important thing. And controlling on senses in relation to health wellness. Well, when I'm saying health, here people just think doing some exercise, doing maybe some fasting, doing some jogging, you feel somewhat happy. This is health and feeling. But yeah, it's okay to a certain extent. It's right. But if we see the real parameters, what we understand by health in Ayurveda, now like Samadosha, Vat, Pitta, Kapha, which have very clear characteristics. Like Dhatus, they are the 7 building blocks. Our Sharir has fundamentals. Our senses, which work with our Sharir, those senses fundamental has to work in such a way that it keeps the Sharir healthy. Then we have the mind. The mind correlates with the senses and the Sharir. So what type of mind we need exactly so that the parameters of Sharir and the parameters of senses work in coordination, so that the fourth aspect, Atma, is in such a manner it keeps the Sharir in their man in its Samadosha, Agni metabolism, the Dhatu, the building blocks, so that the mind is prasanna, Atma stay longer, the energy is merged with more of the Sharir and their man. Now, this is the concept of health in Ayurveda. Now the challenge comes how we are going to take the yoga technique. because in yoga, Ashtanga yoga is defined as Ashtanga yoga in Patanjali. Hatha Yoga Pradipa has already defined asana, pranayam, shatkarma, samadhi. Those are very clear chapters to lead us into hatha and then finally in the sushumna and finally merging in samadhi. The techniques are oriented towards these goals, but it is not oriented towards the Ayu goal, as mentioned in the ancient texts or in the Patanjali. Now, for us now, what we are doing is how to bring these techniques and merge it into the Sharir parameters of Agni, Dhatu, Mal, mind, Gyanindriya, Karmandya, and Atma, because these are the parameters for Ayu to be healthy, swastha. So now our parameters, which we have devised and using the yoga technique, is how to take those Ashtanga techniques and amalgamate it on Agni, on Dhatu, the 7 building blocks, the Upadhatu, the 13 of the senses, 10 senses, the man, Satrajtam, in such a way, Atma ko mind, so that the Sharir, the man works with, through the technique of Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara. This macro chart of yoga, which have the Sharir, Indriya, Man, Atma, so that Samadosha, Samagnishta, Samadhatu, Malakriya, towards Swastha parameters that here. This amalgamation we have done so that the parameters of Swastha is in mergence with the Ashtanga techniques and the Hatha techniques. And once we already have it, we have amalgamated the tools of yoga in the fundamentals of Ayu Swastha, which is very clear there, and we are taking it forward to the public of Mauritius, just I would be saying for the last 3 months. Because all what is being practiced in the Mauritius is you're doing yoga, you do pranayam, you do asana, but how to merge it on health. When we say health, it has a characteristics. Then this characteristic has to be defined by some parameters. It has to be defined by some diagnostic tool. So we take it forward in this direction, which is a new way of, it's there, which is a combined mechanism of how to take it in a very systematic, scientific way towards Swastha.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, Dr. Gyaneshwar Singh, which organizations work at Mauritius for yoga practices? As you have said, I think your organization is doing a tremendous job for the providing insights for people to heal, and how you are incorporating the Ashtanga yoga and its relevance in terms of lives of people, to know and understand how it can be the yamas and the niyamas can be incorporated in an individual. So, what all organizations do you work through? And are you also working with schools or children to teach yoga? What kind of programs are run in Mauritius before we take up our next guest in a couple of few minutes? Thank you.
Yeah. Our organization is Meda Ayur Yogpit, Mauritius Education Development Association, to promote the Ayur concept, what is mentioned in the Ayurvedic text, through yoga techniques. Pita means it has a specialized, well-defined program where you intensify and learn these techniques. So this is the organization, Meda Ayur Yogpit in Mauritius. Now the second question is towards education. We have asked for an international Ayu super specialized training bill, where once this bill comes into action, it will merge in 46 ministries, including the education ministry at one go. It is not only the education, but it's the whole system of the country. When I'm talking about that all the ministries, the parastatal body, it's a well-defined bill, which our organization has already made it in a draft. Today is a general election in Mauritius, and tomorrow we are going to proclaim, tomorrow we are going to proclaim who will be, whether the same government or a new government. And based on that, we shall have our national program. And we are going to try, if the national program is a success, if people understand exactly what we are trying to do, and on the other side, they are doing gym, they are doing physical activities, they are doing some fasting or whatever, but are we really bringing the Agni, the doshas, the mind at one go? Can the gym system provide this? Can by just going jogging, can by just doing the dieting now. We are saying use a yoga technique of asana pranayama Uddiyana, merging with the 13 agnis, with the vat pit kapha normal characteristic, with the 7 fundamental dhatus, and then so that and malas, those 3 main malas and 19, 3 plus 16, those dhatus and main malas, 19 we have to evacuate, so that the mind, the senses and atma stay longer. This is the health parameters. We are telling gym, physical activity, nutrition is part of it. It can't be. So we need to open our mind, understand the fundamentals of Ayu, and use the technique of yoga to empower. I think this is the way forward to go right now if we want to bring yoga in health in a very clear dimension. And through this bill, tomorrow we'll proclaim a result, then we are going to have a national program. If people understand and if we get the support of people, and if the national program, then we can come and explain to government, whoever will be, the importance.
Wonderful. That's a wonderful effort, in fact, that you're putting in along with this. Thank you very much for joining from Mauritius, and stay around. We might take up a few more comments from you as our episode proceeds further. Riddhi, it's over to you for our next guest, and let's welcome our next guest. It's a wonderful way that as we see how people have different perspectives on yoga, and how at different parts of the world, may it be South Africa or maybe London or India or Mauritius, the way people are harnessing and helping individuals to understand the meaning of this beautiful science that has taken up its lead from the grounds of India and moved and walked over all over the world. Isn't it really fascinating, Riddhi, to know you yourself being a practitioner and staying in London, coming from Africa, must be witnessing all this. What's your take on that before we move to our next guest? Over to you.
So first of all, a global namaste, Dr. G. Thank you so much for actually sharing with us the perspective currently in Mauritius. And I totally concur on that as well, is that we do actually need to include yoga and Ayurveda side by side. I think a lot of the power of healing comes from actually bringing together these two modalities, because both of them have their own uses, and yet when we actually bring them together, it's a whole holistic perspective. Just want to know, in terms of your future planning, where do you see this project in Mauritius going in a year from now?
If you want to bring a national change, at social level, you can motivate people, you can mobilize people. But to bring policy change, then that has to be enacted by the parliament. And enacting at parliament is like it's just like a political up and down. You will have to go with a person who is in parliament, who has been winning, and by thousand of people, he has already an influence, he already acquainted with people, and he's now in parliament. It's a very, very complex things to get through this mechanism.
So specializing in law myself, I totally get that. In order to enact legislation, it takes a while to be able to bring the systems together, to be able to enact the laws. I totally understand that perspective. I think the perspective that you're coming at this from is a social perspective. How do we create a social change in society in a way that enables them to truly tap into the powers that yoga and Ayurveda have to offer? Because when we do that, the whole holistic system begins to awaken people from within. So they're no longer looking at the outside to get those answers, but they're able to create the right nature within. They're able to create those right changes, those right perspectives within, which help them to overcome some of those deeper rooted problems.
Yeah, we need to bring I'm trying to bring yoga in diabetes and showing people, well, you're already going to the public hospital. These are your parameters of HbA1c. Now do 15 postures by these techniques. If you're doing a bhujangasana, not only just turning, but you have to have these parameters, a C shape, the head should merge at that type of angle. If it is a dhanurasana, that dhanur shape, the feet should be with the ear at that amount of centimeters. If you're doing a Pawan Muktasana, the knees with that much of centimeters should touch with the knees. Clear-cut parameters of yogasana, and then testing the random blood sugar and HbA1c in a reductive manner. This is one. The same way to apply for for high hypertensive cases. If it is 180, to what pranayam, how much dose, sitting in jala up till the throat to put the agni down, the vayu down, pressure come down from 180 to 130 for how much time? For like that, for hypertensive, if you're having 200,000 people in Mauritius like that. For diabetes, if you're having 250,000, obesity is 400,000 people. In how much dose of Paschimottanasana in holding and kumbhak, I can reduce half gram. If I do 10 times, this 10 time Pawan Muktasana, so by the time of 1 hour, I'm reducing 200 grams. Then in 10 days, 1 kilo through a food combination diet. I go and show some result for 400,000. So like that, I need to go and get groups of 20 or so 20 national disease, get it a coordinated way through a laboratory, and we work in collaboration. Well, laboratory are not social voluntary organization, so they won't do it for free, but still we'll have to see and work out, because our organization is a benevolent, it's a free, it's a social activities. So getting those, I'm very aware this is the way and this is the thing and how to achieve, this is a direction I should take. There on the other side, government has the system, the ministry has huge millions, in terms of millions, but still they can't show through their yoga techniques in this directive. So this is the way forward, how we can move. And then
I think
get
a
people
really powerful thing here is to be able to bring together the nature of these natural sciences together with modern science, and where the two interlink is really the point that the trials can start to take fruition. So a lot of the things right now, we know from a yoga and Ayurvedic perspective that these things work. Now it's about proving it in modern science. Now it's about bringing the two things together in a way that works and satisfies both parties, both tribes, and everyone can start to work together. So I think that is a fantastic initiative to be able to implement in Mauritius to start to create that social change. And thank you so much, Dr. G, for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Riddhi, it's time to move to Canada with our lovely guest, Jeffrey Armstrong. Kavindra Rishi Ji, global namaste to you. And Riddhi, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr. Amrita, for doing such a phenomenal job with hosting these sessions as well. Truly appreciate the work that you do and the seva that you bring to the table. Om Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. That brings us on to the next leg, where we are going over to Canada. We're flying all the way over from Mauritius to Canada to welcome somebody very special, and that is Kavindra Rishi Ji. Just to give you a little bit of background about what this talk is about, Kavindra Rishi Ji has written The Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive. He has plenty of classes which help to really decolonialize the meaning of the Bhagavad Gita. And why is it important for yoga practitioners to actually embody these sciences in modern day life? This talk that Kavindra Rishi Ji will be delivering for us will highlight how the Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive provides the yoga community with accessible, decolonialized insights that are essential for a truly holistic practice. It explores how the Bhagavad Gita teachings enrich the inner life of a yogi, extending far beyond just the physical postures, the asanas, and how this actually helps us to understand the gunas, because essentially everything is within a guna, be that tamas, inertia, rajas, activity, or sattva, goodness, and how to then be able to reach a state of equilibrium and move beyond that. By actually understanding the gunas, we understand the roles that these are playing in shaping the consciousness of the whole community and the role that it plays in modern day living. A global namaste, Kurindriji. Thank you for joining us today. And without further ado, I'll pass it over to you.
It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you all. And this is a part of what I consider to be the Vedic Renaissance of the Sanskrit Vidya. The Vedic Vidya is now reaching out around the world because it's a necessary medicine for the healing of our perspective. And since you were talking about modern science, I think that's a very good place to start, because modern science thinks it's the first science. But in fact, the Sanskrit language is preceded Latin and Greek as the ultimate scientific language and remains that today. So it's very important that we present the knowledge of the Vedas to the world as a library of understanding the process we're going through and why we're here and who we are and where we are. And so let's start with Mata Bhumi. Bhumi is humus, the soil of the planet that we're living on. So Mata Bhumi is the source of the word humus and human. We are not human beings, we are Bhumi beings. She is our mother. Yasyam samudra bhuta sindurabo, yasyam bandam prashtaya sambhavu, yasyam idam jinvati prana devasano, bhumi puru mehe dadatu. And so, if we, as a culture on this great Matabhumi planet, can hold a universal viewpoint of one another as all from the same family, as all from the same process. And this, to me, is one of the great secrets. This is, I see you as an immortal being. I see the real you inside. I'm not looking at your surface, but I'm looking at the real you, and I'm honoring you. I'm putting myself in a place of, first, trustworthiness. You can know that I'm working on behalf of Mata Bhumi, and I want to do that together with you. And so this individuality is what the Gita is really all about. It's about the fact that we are immortal beings who cannot die. And that is the secret, in one sense, the missing ingredient throughout the world, and the missing ingredient in science is the platform of us as immortal beings, as Jiva Atma, and Viva the Jiva. We need to build a life on the planet where everyone sees each other with a platform. And my favorite verse from the Gita on this is when Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, you know, Arjun, because you and I are best friends, I'm going to explain myself to you. So here's the Supreme Being, personal visit to the planet we're on, Mata Bhumi. And he's instructing Arjun, he's giving him a view so that we can consider that a role model for us to live. And people often think that Kshatriya means warrior, That's incorrect. It means protector. And sometimes a protector must protect with the techniques of fighting, but the real meaning is one who always thinks of protecting. And the biggest protection is to our planet. This is our universal platform. And then one another, this symbol is, I would like to have a balanced friendship with you. Now, this is where the three gunas come in, because again, it's a science, and it's not a new science, it's an ancient science. So the word in English in science is entropy. Everything material starts out brand new and gradually goes through an entropic process. And if we don't handle it right, that's very quick. It'll be destroyed very quickly. And so the destructive process is called tamas, tamasic, degradation, degrading it as quickly as possible. We all understand this. You can just, the easiest thing to do is destroy something. And then creating things is an art. We really respect this in one another. The creators bring things forth out of a lump of clay, or it's suddenly a beautiful statue. So that's the rajas. The tamas is the easiest thing to do. So it's trying to happen. So that's why we clean the house, because tamas was happening all night, and dust was here, and dirt was there, and things were out of place. So then if we have a friendship with one another based on our common friendship with Bhagavan Sri Krishna, this is the essence of the Bhagavad Gita. It's a friendly conversation. It's not pointing a finger and telling you what to do. It's not a sectarian religion who's afraid of you going to hell, but it's a scientific dharma, and dharma is the revolution. This is not a religion. This is a dharma. It's a way of doing things. It's a way of being. I really love the 4 core verses of the Bhagavad Gita. It's chapter 10, verses 8, 9, 10, and 11. And it begins, Aham sarvasya Bhagavan uvacha, Aham sarvasya prabhavo, matak sarvam pravartite, iti madva bhajanti mam, buddha bhava samanvita, machchita madgata prana, bodhayantak parasparam, kathayantas chamam nityam, tushanti cha ramanti cha, tesham satata yuktanam, bhajatam pritipurvakam, dadami buddhi yogam tvam, yena mam upayantite, tesham evanukam partham, aham agyanajam tamaha, nashami atma bhavasta, jnanadipena bhasvataha. Which means in English, I am the source of everything. Bhagavan is speaking. From me, the entire creation flows. Knowing this, the wise adore me with all their heart. Their thoughts dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered unto me. And they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and adore me with purest love, I give the understanding by which they may come to me. Out of compassion for them, I, who am dwelling within their heart, destroy the darkness born of ignorance with the shining lamp of Vedic Vidya, the shining lamp of knowledge. If this becomes our program, then we are making friends with the whole world. I would like to propose to you that if you reduce the Bhagavad Gita to a single concept, it is global friendship. And it is everything that needs to be done to make life sattvic or sustainable. So sattva is our slogan, a sustainable future, please. For our children, for everyone, for all creatures, how do we live in such a way that we stay at the balance point and maintain life on the planet? How do we leave it cleaner than it was when we got here? More balanced, more nourished, more likely to have a future. So science isn't the problem. It's science without a long view. Science is short-sighted one lifetime worldview that came out of the one lifetime religions, who I don't speak negatively of. They have beautiful thoughts and emotions and ideas, but they don't see more than one lifetime. And this is the problem, to go from Duratma to Mahatma. We need to have that big worldview. And if we can share that, if we can make Matabhumi a real live person, that's a carving done by one of my students. And it's a Murti of Matabhumi. See her arm on the planet? See, she's pouring a nectar. She's pouring Amrit on it, because this is our Dharma. This is the Sanatan Dharma, is that each of us is a child of Matabhumi. Therefore, we're all related. Our best friend is the Supreme Being, Sri Bhagavan, Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And if we make friends with Sri Bhagavan, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, this is where mantra comes in. Mantra is the broadcast from the realm of divinity from which all of us and this have arisen. And therefore, Bhagavan, Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam, the ultimate attraction is friendship with the supreme and ultimate person. We all understand this. We'd like to meet great movie stars or politicians or world changers. What's more exciting than to introduce you to some person who's been making the world a beautiful place, or some historical person you think and know brought beauty and light and love and truth into the world? So this is our definition of the Supreme Being. Bhagavan. Van means who possesses. It's where the word your van comes from. The van you're driving is Sanskrit. It's Bhagavan. It's container for. It's who possesses. And Bhaga, there are 6 Bhagas: beauty, wealth, strength, fame, knowledge, and detachment. The being who has those to an unlimited degree is Sri Bhagavan, the supreme and ultimate being. And again, this is our best friend. If we can behave in that best friend mood, I propose to you that this is what Shanti really means. It doesn't just mean peace, because peace means no war in English. That's not the point. It's better than that. Peace is a given because we're friends. Why would I hurt you? Why would I harm you? I want to protect you. I propose that this is how we talk about the new paradigm, so that people see the Vedic worldview as the leader in holding a Mahatma view. The whole world knows the word Mahatma from Mahatma Gandhi. I would say, politically speaking, he was halfway to paradise. And I appreciate the fact that he did what he did. But what he did do is give every English speaker the word Mahatma. So what if we have become a Mahatma program? How do you do that? Not by being better than everyone else, but by taking care of everyone else. This is the Vedic Dharma. This is the Vedic Vidya. This means I'm not going to harm you. And so with that, the gunas and the doshas and all of the language of Samkhya Yoga will be our Vedic contribution to what science has done so far. But right now, science is dangerous and maybe going to destroy the world. So what can we do as yogis? Remind them not to destroy this beautiful planet, not to harm one another, not to let superficial differences make us tamasic, to be rajasic so that we can be sattvic. And what is the word to go from sattvic to rajasic to tamasic? Entropy. Entropy is tamas. What is rajas? Creativity. Yes, all right. And what is sattva? Intergalactic security. We're immortal beings. We cannot die. Each of us is beautiful. Each of us has a magic inside if we can just learn to see it. And with that, it's an honor for me to be here with you today. And just a few words on the Bhagavad Gita and the message it keeps alive in our hearts. If you read a chapter every day, the Bhagavad Gita will come alive to you also. And then you will be able to give not artificial, but true respiration, true pranayam to an ailing planet. Thank you for this opportunity. Namaste.
Namaste. What a beautiful explanation of what the Bhagavad Gita truly does in modern times. One of the things that I wanted to mention was the relationship that we speak of when we speak of the Jeev Atma meeting the Paramatma, meeting the Brahma, as so to speak. And that is really the thing that underpins yoga. But in the Bhagavad Gita, we go a step further. Shri Krishna looks at Arjuna as being the Jiva. So we're actually looking there at a relationship between the Supreme Atma and the Atma. But what if we could actually form that relationship within ourselves on a daily basis, where we can have that discussion between our Manomaya koshas and our Vijnanamaya kosha to be able to lead ourselves from a state of fear or despondency to a state of true bhava, love, acceptance, compassion. And would that actually be possible in a state where a lot of the times we are feeling those internal battles, we are feeling those internal conflicts? So how do we come back to ourselves in that moment?
There are 5 gunas, 5 doshas: Shanta, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. The moods of love are the next subject for this conversation. And so the Shanti is the minimum. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This is the peace movement. Next comes Dasyam. If I'm going to contribute, I need to be of service to you. How can I be of service? What could I do that benefits everyone? And then, if everyone feels this mood, maybe we could all become friends. Sakyam. And then the Madhurya Lila, the highest Lila, is that mood of romance that we feel is supposed to be first exchanged between ourselves and the ultimate lover, the ultimate love affair. Krishna's tu Bhagavan Swayam, but it's also Jivera Surupaya Niter Krishna Das. If we serve Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Radha and the gopis and the residents of Vrindavan, we will make the place we live as beautiful, elegant, delicious, delightful, loving, and caring as Vrindavan. Together, let's try to have Mata Bhumi remind us of Vrindavan.
Beautifully explained. So really finding that elegance of Vrindavan in our day-to-day actions, in our day-to-day lives. And I'd just like to remind everyone as well of the Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive Learning Community, which is a community that has been running for a number of years now, having those recordings that we can tap into at any given time. I've always actually believed that the Bhagavad Gita is a book on psychology. It goes a lot deeper because whenever I've actually had a question that I haven't been sure of the answer to, and I've opened a random page of the Bhagavad Gita, I've been able to find that knowledge, that Shakti, that wisdom within. And especially now as well, when Jeffrey G and Sandy G have done this phenomenal seva, where they are guiding us on a weekly basis through some of the most complex parts of the Bhagavad Gita in a way that decolonializes the Gita, in a way where we can start to bring Sanskrit into the Vedas, in a way that we can do that without triggering the manas within all of us. And it makes it so accessible and so practical in our day-to-day lives. So if you haven't had an opportunity to have a look at the Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive, then I strongly recommend that. Something else that Jeffrey G does so well is when he speaks of the ancient India, that is Bharat, and what the Bharat has to teach us. And Jeffrey G, can you expand on that for our audience, please?
Certainly. Just as our earth is actually a being, is actually our mother, is actually Mata Bhumi. And so it is that everything in the cosmos and beyond is alive. There are devas and devis. This is not competition with the supreme being. This is a worldview that sees we're already inside of an amazing reality, which, just like our planet, in order for the planet to have an amusement park or a beautiful place or somewhere you go and have a wonderful time, there must be beings in the background making it possible. So our worldview and the gunas and doshas are also a worldview that there are beautiful beings maintaining everything. And I aspire to be like them. Monkey see, monkey do. Acharya, so Mata Bhumi, and then Bharata. The problem that happened during colonization that was the worst was the wrong names were used for the culture that was colonized because it was robbery. So what we're really recovering from is a historical period of robbery that was, ironically enough, initiated by the Catholic Pope. He called it discovery. And then the European countries thought they had permission now to go steal beautiful things around the world. They're still in museums in England. Wouldn't it be nice if they gave them back? But that's a decision they'll have to think about. But this mood can be changed. And so the Vedic Vidya does so with a vocabulary of language in the Sanskrit. The Sanskritam is the most perfect, stable, steady language. More perfect than Latin, more perfect than Greek. It's the original programming language, which we now understand. Programming languages are making this show possible right now. So of course we understand them now. So let's understand the ultimate programming language and become intergalactic explorers in our meditations, in the way we see one another. Let's be Mahatma and not Duratma. I think that's the word to keep in your heart. Hold the big view and then protect every tiny little detail. Do that and you will have gotten the Mahatma and the Seva and brought them together. You hold the big view as you do little things to perfect the elegant and beautiful life on Mata Bhumi. This, I believe, is the Vedic Renaissance. And if you think of it and speak of it that way, people understand there's a rebirthing, and it is happening. And right now, we're going through labor pains on Mata Bhumi. So let us all work together and be unified in that. And then if there's a favored part of the Vedas, we don't try to make it dominant over the other parts. It's just our favorite. And in that way, we won't have quarrelsomeness. We won't have sectarianism. We won't care if it's Ramanuja, if it's Madhva, if it's any of the great Vedanta acharyas, or if it's Buddha, or if it's a branch of. We need to learn to appreciate all of those efforts and create an umbrella under which they live, rather than try to force them out or argue with them over needless details. And this larger worldview is the great gift, in my opinion, that the Vedic culture can bring. Truly, we can say, yes, Mahatma Gandhi brought the word out. Now we're trying to teach everyone how to live it. That's all. How do we heal our planet together? Plant trees, do this, do that, have medicines that don't cause after effects, bring in Ayurveda, live in our body properly. And oh, by the way, there's a feminine divine and a masculine divine. So don't be confused about the male and female. They're both reflections of the divine. We have the answers, and if we say them in the just right way, they'll be attractive rather than repulsive. They won't be sectarian. They'll be an invitation to be Maha Atma.
I think that is beautifully explained. And something that you just mentioned there, which really stood out in my head there, was in terms of labor pains. I think there's a lot of labor pains happening all around the world at the moment, all in different colors, variations, varieties. So how can we truly find that rhythm of life, to find that central balanced point in these moments of configuration happening around the world? How do we stay centered? How do we stay balanced?
Well, Ashtanga Yoga, this is something people got confused about in World War II when the Germans, whose language is based in Sanskrit, unfortunately misused a symbol, the svastika. May benefit go to the 8 directions, is what that means. We should do this. We should have a campaign and say, here's what it really means. And we need it. Let's send well-being and benefit to all 8 directions. And of course, Ashtanga Yoga, the 8-limbed process of inhabiting a body in a balanced, healthy, perfected way. And here's a secret. The reason I was saying about this, that when the British went to India, they stole everything. They stole Lakshmi and brought her back home. And well, that was the past. We can try to get over that. But Lakshmi and Vishnu can't be separated. So Vishnu came to the West as what? Ashtanga Yoga. Where Lakshmi goes, Vishnu goes. So we really are in a Vedic Renaissance right now. And the reason it's being led by the feminine is that in the indigenous cultures, they were also led by the feminine. Any culture that understood knew the female form is the mother, is the nurturer. So therefore, she has equipment to sense when someone's hurting. And therefore, she is the nurturer. And so the feminine form took to Ashtanga Yoga because it's more complex to embody in a female body than a masculine body. But we're not the body. That's what this means. I see the real you. Ha, you're lovely. Look at you. You're an Atma. But the feminine is to lead us in the secret of nurturing life. The First Nations cultures around the world and all over America said that. And the American U.S. Constitution was given to them by the First Nation tribes who were run by the female components. They were the advisors and the Supreme Court justices. That's what I'd like to see. Ladies being the Supreme Court justices. We'll have justice with compassion. We almost just had a president that way in America. But it's all right. The movement is what's happening. The movement that we don't see each other as our gender. We see each other as the Atma, as an immortal being with deep respect. And then we ask, what are you good at? And most often, the feminine form is to nurse a baby, to make life, to bring forth the beauty of life. So we also need to bring this male and female balanced, integrated Tantra forward. Tantra isn't sex. Western grabbed it and said, oh, good, sex, we can sell that. But no, it's not that. It's the harmonious relationship between the masculine and feminine, whether it's the moon and the sun, or whether it's your mother and your father, or whether it's Matabhumi and us. It's all to find Shanti, 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 Hari Om.
Hari Om. Thank you so much for sharing.
Wonderful.
And in such a phenomenal way with all of us today to really spread those knowledge, wisdom bites, I like to call them, the real sort of gnan that underpins society in modern day life. Dr. Amrita, what are your views?
Yeah, it was really very beautiful. I wanted to ask one question. What are your thoughts for people to develop compassion for their self-transcendence? What are the ways people can develop compassion in today's time? And how is that useful? And they can help it out for their own self-transcendence, because in today's time with a lot of rage and wars on global basis, peace seems to be very far away. So what are your thoughts on that? Over to you. Thank you.
Charity begins at home.
Mm.
Yoga is actually a lifestyle. And so there's a slogan I like in English. Always remember and never forget. Whatever helps you remember, do that. Whatever makes you forget, don't do that. So yoga is remembrance of who we truly are. Aham Brahmasmi, Jivara Swarupaya, Nitar Krishna Das. We are to serve, but not slavery service, seva service. And seva is rasa. It's tasty. It's delicious. When I serve you a beautiful meal, I feel like I had a better meal serving you a beautiful meal, because I taste your happiness, and your happiness tastes even better than good food. So we need to become specialists in rasa, in flavor, in beauty, in elegance, in sustainability. And we need to use words like this so that people understand. First of all, and of course, this is the universal. I see you are an immortal being. I hope you're not forgetting. Please remember, allow me to remind you how beautiful you are. And the messed up clothing that you're wearing today because you fell in a mud puddle, that's not you. I see you. You're beautiful. But we need to practice being intergalactic citizens, in my opinion. And this is why one of my favorite mantras is Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Va. Oh, it's 12 syllables. How perfect. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I have a role model, the ultimate beautiful persons, plural, persons. It's where we're from. It's why we miss it. It's why we want it. So, be a Acharya from Bharata, not India, not the colonizing name. Say, can I teach you a word? Bharata. Can I show you by example? Acharya. And again, Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, because we're best friends, Arjun, I'm going to explain myself to you. So there goes the fear of the Supreme. BF, best friend. That we need to talk this best friendedness. Talk this, I see the real you. You're an immortal being. You're so beautiful. You're so full of potential. What can we do? We do to make our planet more elegant and a better place to live for the children we've made. Wouldn't you like to do that? I would. We need to learn how to talk to everyone about immortality without it being a my way or the highway religion. That's the secret.
Yeah.
It's not
Hmm.
my way or the highway. It's the skyway.
Hmm. Beautiful.
And I can also see that we've got our director, Neil Kumar, here as well. Neil Kumar, welcome. Did you have a question or a comment for us?
A global namaste to you, Riddhi and Amrita, and particularly to Jeffrey
Global
Armstrong, Kavindra Rishiji. I like both the names because both of them are very synonymous world over. Those who don't know Jeffrey, not only is he very well traveled in Europe, America, Canada, he loves India, and that's where he has made his own mark. So, Jeffrey, Amrita mentioned about the war. And in the Gita, very clearly it mentions, Kishan ne kaha Arjun se, na pyar jata dushman se yudh kar. Kishan told Arjun, Krishna told Arjun, don't shower your love with the enemies. Go to war with them. And the reason why he said was very simple. If you don't destroy the bad will destroy the good, which is you. So you need to go to the war. So sometimes it only takes war to destroy some bad people. But coming back to Jeffrey, it always, I always wonder, as a Westerner, you had to acquire this knowledge and then you've gone so deeper into it that maybe some of us who were born Hindu know less than you. You were young when you started, not very young, but you were young when you started, and now you are a seasoned a player in Sanatan Dharma. And first, I want to tell people, those who want to follow Jeffrey Armstrong style, then don't forget, if you want to know more about Gita Jeffrey Armstrong style, then remember, Gita comes alive. You must remember that. It's very simple. Gita comes alive. We are just going to share it with you over here. It's very exciting and it's a different perspective, bringing the same knowledge and a culture and religion and the way of life. But Jeffrey, I want to ask you one simple question. If somebody were to ask you, would you say Gita is preaching religion, culture, way of life, or practical reality? I would like to know your perspective. Over to you, Jeffrey Armstrong.
What an excellent question. And thank you for all that you said. Well, it turns out I've had three gurus. I've had one of Vedanta, I've had one of Sanskritam, and I've had one of Jyotish. They were actually my guru. I actually studied in a formal way under them. And so I'm a bit of a linguist. In fact, I'm a poet by disposition. And so I've changed my last name. Armstrong was a Scottish clan, and its insignia is a warrior with an axe in his hand. My first guru named me Jamadagneya. He didn't know that it was Rama with the axe. It was the same as the name Armstrong, or maybe he did. So I call myself Jeffrey Dharmastrong. We need to use language. language can be a weapon, but language can heal all. It's not for no reason that the Sanskritam, is the most beautiful and profound language. It's also so that we can be articulate and elegant in our descriptions. And so, in a very simple sense, I would say the Vedic civilization is overcoming the trauma of colonization and the removal of Sanskrit. There was actually a British, and I don't like using the word lord because they weren't lords. They were, I call them dirt mongers. They were the owners of the property. But Macaulay introduced a concept that Sanskrit would no longer be taught in Bharata and English would replace it. So my proposal to you and the work that I'm doing in the world is to increase your Sanskrit vocabulary and to learn to be more precise in use of English words so that you don't use an English word that creates a second problem, because the English language is not a very profound language in terms of its vocabulary. That's why we say he and him instead of human. We have all these problems and pitfalls built into our language. So eventually one of my gurus pointed out and gave me a name. That's where the Kavindra Rishi came from. Because I am helplessly a poet. I've written thousands of poems stimulated by the Vedic Vidya and the Vedic culture. And at one point, a friend of mine and I did some albums together. And our guru said to us, you know what happens? The caterpillar just eats and eats and eats and eats. The word is rooted in cater and pillage. So it's just like the world. It's been catered, pillaged, and people want to be wealthy and get catered to. But my guru said the caterpillar eventually changes its mind and becomes a butterfly. So a friend of mine and I wrote a song. A caterpillar changed his mind and woke to find himself refined. His old self had to die for him to be a butterfly. He tired of walking on the ground, and so around himself he wound a screen of silken strands, a veil untouched by human hands. Then something subtle changed within, reflected by his changing skin. He had a change of heart and wished to play another part. If like that worm, my Atma can fly, a rainbow-colored butterfly, upon the winds of time, then I with wings of gold will climb beyond this burning dark abyss, up to that land of love and bliss, where grows a flower sweet. I'll fly to Krishna's lotus feet, and there I'll live eternally, my Atma at last from matter free. A song will fill the sky, the love song of a butterfly. Fly away, beautiful butterfly.
Jeffrey, we always love your calmness. Your DNS is so calm that you infuse positive energy in humanity, even if it's through inanimate object. Particularly when pandemic struck, people were still able to connect to you with your energy as they meet you in different parts of the earth. I love your backdrop there as well. You got Krishna's favorite peacock feather over there. It's so beautiful. I think some of the earlier you showed a nice mini statue one of your students made for you or something. Let's bring it closer, and if you could keep it slightly away from the camera, but still it was so beautiful and so simple. You know, ivory is always very good a way to show. So I think it was, yes, there it is. Look, for those who missed up earlier, if you, yes, that's it. Isn't that beautiful, Amrita? Come on. I mean, isn't that, look at the detail in it. Riddhi, what do you
Yes,
think of that?
yes, absolutely. Very beautiful.
And
Elegant.
it's
And to know that that
amazing
is
that,
Mathrubhumi, Mother Earth, which sustains us all.
If you like that, I have a treat. This is who we work for.
Oh,
look,
wow.
isn't that beautiful?
Brahma, Saraswati. Oh, beautiful. That's so
They're the
beautiful.
they're the keeper of the message, and we're the messengers.
Yeah. Yes, yes, true.
Jeffrey, what happened when you first saw them? When they were first presented to you, what clicked straight in your mind?
Well, talker that I am, I started spouting poetry because it was so beautiful I couldn't hold it inside.
And we want to hear exactly what you did then, now, so we can be
Well,
part of the journey.
Jeffrey, maybe this is Sandy, everybody. Maybe I can tell the story of how those deities came about.
Yes, Sandy.
About 50 years ago, when Jeffrey first started teaching, there was a couple in
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz who heard Jeffrey chanting on the street, and they invited him to come to their restaurant and do satsang, which he did. And within a very short time, they learned the mantras from him. And it was a couple, Robin, Noel, and Paul. And Paul has a grade 8 education, and Robin was a university educated person. So they were sort of thrown out of their family because, you know, why did she marry down, so to speak? And anyway, when she was chanting the mantras, she started seeing the devas and she started carving them. And he, after chanting the mantras, downloaded a process on how to shrink the molds that she made that were about 8 or 10 inches to any size. Like they even go down to 1 inch and they don't lose the details. And the Smithsonian Institute years later came back to them and said, can we buy this process? And they said no, because we only wanted to make sacred iconography with it. So it's very interesting. Somebody who had no idea how to carve, and he had no particularly scientific education, came up with this process. And even today, this is a patent process on what those things are made of to look like ivory. So it's quite an unusual and a powerful affirmation of how powerful some of these mantras can be, especially when they're coming from an initiated teacher. They go right deep inside of you, and portals open. It's the drishti, the guru gives you the vision to see the deities, the devas that are all around us, the invisible devas. I always used to joke with Jeffrey, why is a man with 3 degrees and a photographic memory talking about the wee folk? You know, you can't go on CNN and say, gee, I see these devas, I hear these devas in my heart every day. They're giving me inspiration. So when you hear inspiration come to you, just know it's the devas talking to you. And this is, she's carved hundreds of different types of devas over the years. So that's the story of how these deities came into being.
Sandy, thank you for sharing the story. Sandy, your voice is again so soothing, just like Jeffrey. You bring calmness into people. You bring that energy again. So both of you tango so well. It's so wonderful to have you guys always generally, healing our earth as well. And it's so beautiful. And while you were talking, Sandy, Jeffrey was actually showing more statues and figurines and the memories that was bringing in there. So it's so beautiful that we are sharing the journey that you two shared long way back, that we are actually able to be part of it whilst we were not there physically present. You
And Neil, I actually managed to see some of these wonderful
Yeah.
miniatures I was in Canada, Vancouver myself recently in August, and just to see the amount of detail that go into these miniatures, the visions and the shaktis that they must have had at that point to be so creative and yet so expressive. And that's something that really stood out in my mind of how this relationship develops, where they can really tap into that power within. And a lot of that is about overcoming our vices and being our highest true potential, being our highest possible self. And when we do that, we enable ourselves to create, we enable ourselves to express, just as the miniatures that Jeffrey G was kindly showing and sharing with us. Amrita, what are your views on this?
Yeah, that's very true. And I think this is how the divine comes within, where a conscious being just meets a conscious being, and then it enlightens in itself the ignition of the real spiritual fire within, which I think gives a potential for an individual to explore his or her unrevealed potentials at certain times, which even that person also doesn't know. And I think that's what has been the story about. And Jeffrey, I really loved your poem, and I think I definitely want to read it again and again. And that's a very wonderful thought about a caterpillar being a butterfly and to fly in that way. I think each one of us wants to be that butterfly in that rainbow sky and to find our own space and all that. This is really, really very beautiful. Thank you so much for connecting these thoughts and giving so many ideas about it. And then it's really remarkable. Thank you so much.
And so, Sandy G, I've got to invite you to share your final message for our audience for today.
Wow, well, I didn't expect to speak, but as you know, I've been listening to Jeffrey now for 28 years. We've been working together, and I have a joke. I said, the minute he bores me, I'm leaving. So 28 years later, the Vedas are so vast that he's keeping me interested all of these years. And so I can only thank Bharat, all of its gurus, for giving us this great knowledge. It has inspired us to live this kind of life and to share the knowledge. So thank you so much for healing our earth to host these events, and we really appreciate it. So thank you.
And Jeffrey G, your final message for us as well, please.
Adi Haraya Namaha Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopala Govinda Ram Srimadhu Sudan Giridhari Gopinatha Mahadanaha Mohan. My gurus gave me everything, gave me the pinnacle of life, gave me the ability to save myself from life. I've been given everything by this beautiful culture. And I can only try my best, as Sandhya Devi and I do together, to just represent it in the world. That's all. And in some way that helps it to always be remembered and never be forgotten. And for this opportunity to speak, thank you so very much. It's a joy and an honor for us. And it's a fulfillment of our wish for what we're doing in life. So thank you.
And Guruji's, it's such a pleasure to be able to learn from you as well. I always feel like whenever I actually have a wisdom of nugget from your beautiful fountain of knowledge, it's always just scraping the surface, because there's so much deepness and profoundness to everything that you share so beautifully and so intentfully with all of us. And I just want to say a massive thank you for all that you do for us. And from one Guruji to another, Gina Sala, is somebody who I had the pleasure of meeting as well when I was out in Vancouver in August. And she too has had the pleasure of learning with Jeffrey G. Gina, what's your message for Jeffrey? How do you think he did today?
Oh, as always, it was just so inspiring and beautiful. We talk about good association. I'm blessed with the good association, and I always learn something, and I love the heart and spirit with which you share, and also with which you and Sandy demonstrate that beautiful mutual respect. So what a blessing to be here and to follow in this moment. And thank you, Riddhi ji, for inviting me. Thank you, Jeffrey ji and Sandy ji.
Fantastic. And let me just introduce the wonderfully talented Gina Sala, who's going to be sharing some Sharanan Kirtanam with us all here to teach us more about Bhakti Yoga so that we can go deeper within ourselves. We can awaken that bhava within that is truly magical, that serves us at the best of times, that even if things are actually going a little bit haywire, we can bring ourselves back with the power of the mantra, with the power of the magic within that mantra, with the correct pronunciation. As Guruji just shared, it's the Sanskritam which enables us to really form that powerful connection, not just with ourselves, but with something much larger than life, with the creator behind all. And isn't it just beautiful? We can actually awaken those powers within us. And how do we do that? Through the power of a mantra. So to introduce Gina Sala to all of you today as well. Gina Sala has been chanting since her early childhood ashram years, living in a Hindu ashram herself. Her performance credits include Cirque du Soleil, the United Nations, festivals, and ashrams, and her repertoire spans 20 languages. That's quite an achievement in itself. Blessed with wonderful gurus throughout her life, Gina has been leading classes, workshops, and international retreats for over 25 years in sound, bhakti chants, ragas, mantras, psalms for wellness, sound tantra, and songs. Her awakening, voice, power of love sound, school, and other offerings draw powerful from all of these 4 different continents, bringing people together world over. That's quite an achievement. With warmth, humor, and devotion, her passion is helping us through singing and through imagining, through creating that powerful connection within to awaken to who we really are as Jiva Atmas on Matrabhumi. A global namaste, Gina Ji. It's a real pleasure to have you joining us today and for sharing your wisdom and doing what you do best, helping us to awaken to our true selves through the power of mantras.
Thank you so much. What a delight to be here. I've been thinking about how in all of the epics there are challenges, and in the challenges when the miracles show up, when heroism and the rasas of love show up so strongly. You know, as Jeffrey was saying, I really believe in what this moment can be in our world, and I'm very excited about it. And this gathering that you've gathered us in is a perfect example of that. I'm just so grateful for every one of you beautiful beings who are here today. And as we've been discussing and listening to beautiful wisdom, maybe now we can start to let this body temple move in whatever way feels right, listening into this body, just the way we would set the temple with flowers, clear and cleanse it. Attend to the physical body temple for a moment. Let's feel our breath move in, prana shakti. I like to invite the breath also to the back body, to the lower lungs. What a gift to be incarnate right now in these bodies. Noticing as if you were in a pranayama practice, the touch of the air at the nostrils. As prana shakti is a shakti, I like to welcome it as the goddess, this breath of life. How cool it is on the inhale, how warm it is when we release to breathe with the trees and with all beings. And my friends, please join me on 3 ohms. The Omkara begins gently like a sunrise, ends like a sunset. Nada Brahma. The sound is divine. And I take this moment to just give thanks for the sound itself. The first letter of the Sanskrit alphabet is Ah. It's the sound the voice can make in the body initially, Ah. And let's feel this beautiful vibration in our bodies, first just on the Akar, just on the sound Ah now. Join me like this. Feeling the sound in the body, just like if we're with someone we love, we pay attention, we notice their face, we notice their touch if they give us a hug, or feel that Vak Shakti, the energy in the voice, the Ma Shakti of the voice. Ma. Yeah. Ma. And I'm joined with my friends Paul and Roderick here. Ma. And feeling how when we open from the makar, from M to the Ah, that we're chanting and inviting that divine Ma that we've been speaking of so primordially, as beings have done since life began as human form. Ma. Ma. With so much compassion, Ma. 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 Good. And sometimes we say, oh, I don't have a good voice, oh, my voice. But as I see it, we don't really even have a voice. The voice is Vak Shakti, the goddess, the divine energy passing through these forms. And we can just refine, just sometimes with simple tips and help, to make it ever more smooth, ever more free and effortless. So whatever is coming through your voice right now, and I do encourage you to sing out loud if at all possible, see if you can love it and welcome it the way you would welcome the goddess. It reminds me, my grandfather was from French Canada, French Canadian, and when he spoke, he used to say, "It's the goddess truth." Not the proper use of language, of course, but for some reason I hear that sweetness of remembering this power of the divine that lets us sing. And when we sang the Omkar, the Om beginning, remembering that that sound is what takes us into this presence and encompasses and is beyond past, present, future, and the eternal now. Waking, dreaming, dreamless sleep, and beyond. Sound is the medium between form and formless, which I believe is why every spiritual tradition uses sound as a way to connect to our vast beingness beyond even this immanent physical form. And so with that, I want to invite you to sing with me first, as is the tradition, Sanatana Dharma, to invoke Ganesh. Ganesh, the tongue is retroflex on the N, Na, is curled back like Ganesha's trunk. And this is a shloka that celebrates the qualities of Ganesh. And my path, one of my Gurujis in Sanskrit, has always been to also recognize that within, and I know Jeffrey teaches us so beautifully. Jeffrey G. So let's sing, just call and response after me. And if you don't quite know the words, don't worry, do your best. Like in Bhagavad Gita, offering water, offering your best, and it's welcome. So we start Shri, honorific, and also welcoming the energy of the divine feminine. Vakra, curved, tunda, like a trunk. Vakratunda, Maha, like we've just spoken of, Maha, great, like Mahatma Gandhi or Taj Mahal. Kaya, body. And of course we're describing the energy of Ganesh, the aspect, the divine, that welcomes us into new beginnings, like this moment in time, so the mind's not racing to past or future. But it also, we can think of it, for me, I think of it internally as well, and think of how can my spine be like Ganesha's trunk, very strong, could uproot a tree, and flexible and gentle, could caress or lift a peanut. Shri Vakratunda Mahakaya, big, great body. Shri Vakratunda Mahakaya, bright as a million suns. Surya Koti Samaprabha, Surya Koti Samaprabha. Bha, like Bharat, imagining that effulgent light, placing our mind upon it, that sun that shines on everyone in this planet, all beings. And then we realize there is possibility of discord and difficulty, but we're invoking beyond obstacles this grace. Nirvignam kurume deva, Deva, shining divine. Nirvignam kurume deva, sarva, all, karyeshu, all our actions, like the word karma that many are familiar with, sarvada, always, may we experience this divine that brings us to now, that removes all obstacles, obstacles in consciousness, always. And what I love about that too is a boulder may fall in the river, but the river doesn't rail at the river, at the boulder, I mean. It goes around. It might make a new path. It might wear down the boulder. This consciousness. Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Good. And the sha and shu is in your back teeth, like in the back of the mouth, like Krishna, Vishnu, Lakshmi. And let's sing now for freedom from obstacles for each other and for all beings. Sarvakaryeshu. 2 more times together. Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Beautiful. And noticing if we feel any different than when we started even. Thanks and praise for the Vak Shakti, for our voices, for the Sangha. And let's sing a little bit, this time Kirtan style, in gratitude for that which illuminates our consciousness in the form of Guru. All of our teachers and the inner Guru. Guru Deva Jai Guru Dev. Everybody can sing here. Guru Deva Jai Guru Dev. Nice. Guru Deva Jai Guru Dev. Guru Deva Jai Guru Dev. And maybe in your heart or in your lips, whisper, say, speak the names of any teachers who helped illuminate your consciousness, those you've met or read. Sanyalji, Shastraji, Taffriji. And we'll sing like we're offering flower petals with devotion, bhakti. Guru Deva Jai Guru Dev. 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 Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Deva. Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Deva. Om Guru Devaya Namaha. 2 more times for all the teachers through all the lifetimes. Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Deva. Gurudev, 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 Gurudeva. Let's breathe that in. Feel ourselves in a shower of grace and wisdom. Grateful for all the wisdom, all the illuminating presence in the inner Guru within. And this includes great books, including Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive that we've spoken of. And what in this moment would your inner Guru want you to remember? Listening is part of singing and chanting. What is the source of light and what is the source of love? What does the divine within want you to remember now? Beautiful. And keeping that channel open to hear and be guided. One of the reasons I love chanting is because it helps us to soften and slow down the mind that wants to race hither and thither. Durangamang Jyoti Chan Jyoti Tanme Manaha Shiva Sankalpa Mastu. Helps us come to now where we can hear our guidance, and that's one way to make peace. That's one way to make peace, is to be guided from our source, each one of us, for what we're here to do, how we're here to show up. I want to just share briefly, because we've been speaking this moment of Bhumi Devi, the Mother Earth, with so much love for this Mother Earth. May we love her more and more and more and more, and still yet more. May our actions be wisely guided. A Gayatri mantra for Mother Earth, and then a short closing chant for Krishna. So for now, please just imagine the way that you love the earth, or maybe a specific place on the earth. And as I chant this, you could just sing Ma in an ocean of Ma's, letting the voice be simple and straight and clear. A steady voice steadies the mind. Ma, as you focus on how you love the earth, sending love to the earth, our shared Mother Earth. Ma, breathing as you need. Vasundharaya vidmahe, Bhutadatraya dhimahi, Tanno Devi prachodayat. If you like, you can place your hands out towards the earth in blessing. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. I'll sing it 2 more times. Every one of us can send blessings. Ma Vasundaraya vidmahe, Bhutadatraya dhimahi, Tanno bhumihi prachodayat. Vasundaraya vidmahe, Bhutadatraya dhimahi, Tanno Devi prachodayat. And feeling our bodies held by this beautiful Mother Earth, the way that we can come together in peace, just like here today. How loved you are, how you belong. How loved you are and how much you belong. Thank you. And for those of you whom I can see, just raise your hand if you feel any different than when we started. Yeah, good.
Mesmerizing.
Thank you.
Absolutely mesmerizing. It was so serene. It was so calm. Really divine and wonderful. In fact, it just made my brain waves change from one state to another, and I really feel really peaceful with the words. Um, I think the energies that are around us can not just be taken through the words, but it's beyond those words. It's beyond the sound that is just not audible as well. And I think that's what you spread, Gina. This is really remarkable. It's so lovely. I'd like to
Amrita,
thank Riddhi for bringing up.
Amrita,
Yes, we have a comments from Neil
Am-
Kumar. Yes.
Amrita, Gina was so good. We have got comment from the people who are actually on our social media. I think we can go on and on and on and just keep on listening to her calm energy. It wasn't just, it was just amazing the way she came in through with the scale, the energy. It was so beautiful. And when Riddhi suggested that, look, Gina could be available and she's in USA and she's part of this stuff, and we said, yes, let's just bring her in. So Riddhi, what a good choice that so many people on social media love it. And in fact, Prashant has been here as well, and he raised his hand. He enjoyed himself as well. Prashant, we haven't skipped you. We are still in our mind. We were just drowned with Gina's energy. So we want to talk to you as well. Prashant, if you can just unmute yourself and even tell us how you felt. So Riddhi, it's a wonderful choice. And Gina, we are very proud of you. Never stop it. I think you should create an app where people can just slip to it and go to sleep at night.
Thank you so much. And of course, sometimes we do much more rigorous, excited chanting, but it just felt nice to be restful in these times. If people want to chant with me, they're welcome to join me Mondays or on retreat. They can find me on my website. And I'm so grateful to be with you all. Thank you.
Gina, you can do something. Gina, while you are here, you can do something, maybe just a minute or two chanting. We got a very special guest here who are a part of Healing Our Earth. It's their 50th wedding anniversary today. So it would be nice to maybe wish them and maybe have a little chant from you. I'm just going to add them on the screen here. And we would like to wish them as well. And I'm just going to share the screen. So maybe you can wish them as well.
Oh, well, happy 50th wedding anniversary. Vinod and Manju, beautiful. I'll just sing a couple of lines because we can all join in this so simply that we can send blessings and love and gratitude for their love in the world. Your love blesses the word. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe again. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shama, Radhe Shama, Shama Shama, Radhe Radhe. I don't want to take too much time, but let's let that ring in our hearts with just love and gratitude. Thank you for sharing love and for sharing this way of being that any love blesses the world. Any love blesses the world.
And
So
Gina, your love spreads the world across. We still don't want you to go. If you are available, stay there for a moment. We want to chat to Prashant for a few minutes. We bring you back in because there is also one of our contributor at Healing Our Earth whose birthday it is today, Tarla Mashru. She might be listening and she will be coming in as well. And this special couple with the 50th wedding anniversary, well, what a long milestone, golden wedding anniversary. We'll take a comment from them a bit later. Riddhi, let's introduce Prashant because Prashant is also a very special soul. Again, I think he's in USA. Tell us more about that. And Gina, don't run away. Yes, sip some water, take some more energy, because we love what you did. Over to you, Riddhi.
Thank you so much. What a blessing.
And before we go on, I just want to say a thank you to Gina as well. Please do stick around. We will be coming back to you. But just the energy that you create through these mantras, this powerful vibration, even though it's on a Zoom screen, even though we're going digitally, there's still the vibrations that each and every one of us can feel deep within. And for that, we are truly grateful for your Ma Saraswati that resides in your throat and that you share so beautifully and so elegantly. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Stick around, we will be back.
Jayama, thank you.
And
Thank you, Gina. Thank you so much.
And a happy anniversary as well to Vinuji and Manjuji as well.
Yes.
Happy celebrations. Thank you for all that you do for our community and inspiring and spreading that dharma deep within to each and every single one of us. Your appreciations and your contributions are very much appreciated. The way that you've actually helped us all to rise as well, and the dharma that you continue to provide on a daily basis. A global namaste. How are you,
Global namaste to you, Manjubin. Global namaste to you, विनोद जी. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई हो. हम सबकी तरफ से kindly unmute yourself. We would love to hear you and meet you. We are lucky enough to have you on the screen today, which is a blessing. We have been hearing about all your stories from Neil Kumar, but then it's really a pleasure
all the good
to get
stories.
blessings from both of you.
I'm sure it's the good stories, not.
Well, I
May
think
good
both
God
of these
bless
are
you.
always divine stories that we can learn so many lessons from that guide us in our own path as well. So just
you.
the power of you being you has shown us so much and provided so much wisdom to all of us.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the blessing.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं.
Thank you आपको भी. Happy Diwali and thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year
Thank you.
and happy days. May you continue to do the seva that you have been doing, and may you continue to help us to and inspire us in dharma and all the seva that you do as well. Thank you. And that brings us nicely on to our next leg. Amrita, I've got to ask you that. How are you feeling? Amrita, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. In fact, Riddhi, look at that. What a kind of all varieties we are having. In fact, spending 50 years of life together is another kind of yoga. It's not an easy task. It's one of those kind of yoga that is a blessed form of a human evolution, in fact. And that's a perfect form of being. And that's what is a true story about Radha Krishna. It's true story about Ram Sita. It's true story about Lakshmi and Vishnu. And in all divine forms, that thought of staying together and being together of two individual souls is what is being reflected. So that is also a beautiful gift of yoga that comes as an essence from all that stuffs. And today we have a lovely bouquet of a lot of people and a lot of experts in different forms sharing their views, ideas, giving their blessings, and a lot more to come as well. Over to you, Riddhi. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Amrita. And so a global namaste to dearest Prashantaji. Thank you for actually sticking around as well today. We've had so many wonderful guests and we haven't wanted to let any of them go. So thank you for sticking around and bearing with us today. Prashantji has introduced yogic leadership principles in the academic and the corporate world at all levels of management. He has brought yoga to the tennis courts, he's brought yoga to the executive boardrooms, he's brought yoga to the mental health facilities and institutions of all sizes. So really an all-rounder, wherever we've needed yoga, whichever principle of yoga we've needed, he's been able to provide something very special to us. And through doing this, he has been invited as a motivational speaker, a published author, and a community servant leader globally. Prashant is also a dad, he's a husband and a world traveler, a sports buff with a dry sense of humor. I'm not quite sure I believe that. He lives with his wife Manju and his daughters Veda and Illa in Austin, Texas. A global namaste, Prashantji. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you, Riddhi. And again, this is an honor to be here on this beautiful Sunday. So happy Sunday, you all. As a Texan, so we say, how are you all, as we say. But yeah, so I'm in Austin, Texas. The native land here is of Comanches and Jumanos, so we acknowledge that as well. And again, it's an honor to be here, and thank you, Riddhi, for awesome work. So I feel younger now amongst you, the younger anchors here. So I'll just take a few minutes to share. It's interesting. Jeffrey G talked about friendship. And one of the themes of our life's work with myself and Manju, my better half of 33 years, is Maitri. So we have been conducting Yoga Mitra programs, and I wanted to share, kind of dovetail on that. And Jeffrey G and I met actually in Trinidad in 2010. He may not remember, but he's the one who told me, hey, Joshi comes from joy. So I hope for the next 10 minutes or so, I give you joy, not misery. So that's the idea, that's the plan. And again, I give credit to Jeffrey G for giving me the root of my last name, Joshi comes from joy. So that's something I came to know in 2010. But so the word mitra is such a beautiful word. Again, I'm a student of Sanskrit. My better half is a Sanskrit scholar. And the word mitra comes from mitra, that what's close to your heart. It's a neuter gender word in Sanskrit. So the cell phone is a mitra. These glasses are a mitra. This Zoom session is a mitra. So everything is a mitra. So how beautiful this is, that yoga is all about creating friendship with yourself. You become a yoga mitra. So I have this little, sharing first of an action, which is you can call it innovation, that you can just spread your arms like this. It's just beautiful arms, Sunday afternoon, morning, wherever you are, and give yourself a big hug. And in the days of selfies, this I called a self-hug, self-huggy. Because what is needed is self-love, self-maitri, maitri with yourself. And that's what yoga is all about, is creating friendship with yourself. So you take care of yourself, so you can take care of others. So we have a line, we say, be selfish to be selfless. Because if you're not able to take care of yourself, why bother? You are your own CEO. And I have again, a lot of wordplay here, but the word CEO is check ego out. So you become that egoless, leader that you serve. So that's the idea here. But mitra is such a beautiful word that if we really imbibe that in our actions, well, compassion comes, and then the planet, you have a beautiful theme of healing earth that happens very naturally. And so that's why I have this 4-step, we call it quadruple bottom line: planet, people, prosperity, and peace. So first has to be planet. And that's why I'm so impressed with your theme of healing earth. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. This is not about my problem and your problem, it's our problem. And that's why, again, just want to bring that out here. And, again, the theme of yoga is so powerful. It's a science and a practice. Words are cheap, practice is hard. And that's why we say practice, practice, practice. And these words are really so poignant. Word sadhana, it's all about doing something. And then siddha, we become a siddha after you do sadhana. So talk about 50th anniversary, that's a tapas of 50 years. So that's a lot of sadhana being together, with all the different times. So again, kudos to everyone here for this, beautiful, what I call a gathering or a mela. And one thing I want to say about Gina, who sang so beautifully, the chanting, the word Gina in Hindi is to live. And how can you live without music? Life is music, life is a dance. So it's really so beautiful that we had those chants. And then again, following Jeffrey G and Gina G, I really feel we have come alive. So again, I just want to take these few minutes to share some of the tips that we have learned, in this whole context of life. Patanjali, of course, we all know Patanjali, great contribution. I call him the father of classical yoga. And the 3 sutras of Patanjali, 3 is a good number in this whole leadership context. It's easy to remember. 3 sutras that come to my mind that really define the whole thing and how do we live our lives is first the definition. Without definition, why bother? So the definition of yoga is chitta vritti nirodha. And our simplified definition is yoga is calming the vibrations of the mind stuff. So it's all about calming the vibrations. We get agitated, we go off center, we come back to the center. You feel angry, take a deep breath, you come back to the center. So it's all about that following the definition, then there's never a doubt. So that's why when I see the phrase yoga and meditation, I get a giggle and chuckle. I say, hey, yoga is meditation. So that you do your practice. Then comes the next definition of asana. Asana is not a physical, acrobatics. It's not a workout. Sthira sukham asanam. So what is sthira? It's your body being sthira, it's your breath being sthira, and it's your mind being sthira. Stable, steady. Sukham, pleasurable, joyful. You're not doing something by hook or by crook. Easy. Prayatna shaithilya. So Patanjali has given so much of wisdom in succinct sutras. So first is the definition of yoga, definition of asana, and then of course the promise of yoga. Heyam dukkham anagatam. The misery that is yet to come and can be avoided should be avoided. How beautiful is that in this day of healthcare crisis? So it's all about prevention. Talk about planet Earth. Let's prevent. Of course, we have already created a lot of havoc, but yes, it's not too late. We can prevent, we can reverse dis-ease. Again, wordplay is, I came to the United States 37 years back with a little thicker Indian accent. I used to say disease. People said, oh, don't say disease, say disease. I said, no matter what you say, it's dis-ease. So let's spend more time in ease. Let's create ease. Breathing is a beautiful thing. It's underutilized. So your solution is right under your nose. So ease is where focus has to be. So there's less dis-ease. So there's Heyam Dukkham Anagatam, means another beautiful Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So these 3 sutras really sum up the whole core of yoga. It's all about practice, do work in, not work out. So you're not hurting yourself. And then again, live the definition. So you're never ever saying, oh, yoga is something, meditation is something. This is something, no compartment. This is holistic. And that kind of brings me to this, Vayu, what you see behind me, Vivekananda, who brought yoga to the West. And I'm honored to be representing Vayu Vivekananda Yoga University, the first yoga university outside India. And Riddhi, again, is a proud student who joined first from UK. So again, we are happy to be here. A lot more to share. But let me just share finally with a Shanti mantra, because again, it's fitting with the theme of friendship, that we want to create those vibes, those vibrations. And all of us matter. Our energies matter. Our eyes, when I was looking at Gina's eyes, okay, that's just love and peace was reflecting in those eyes. There was no pretension there. So that's the beauty, that the true love and thing happens. There's no pretension. So let me just end a little bit here with the Shanti mantra. Then I'll, of course, here to take any questions. But sit nice and tall. Take a deep breath. We already had this innovation called self-hugging. There's a name for this asana called Swa-Alinganasana, self-embrace. And I have one more innovation before we go to the mantra, is just open your arms like this. It's a Sunday. Take a deep breath. We are free. And I call this knee mobilasana. See, this is called mobilasana. We have been doing too much of it. Our cervical vertebrae are getting really, messed up. So we are doing this. This is called mobilasana. Let's do this. Knee mobilasana. So let's be free. So again, I have some poetry as well, but I don't want to, I cannot top what Kavindra Rishiji did. But there is some website, on the Gurukul Yoga website, there is some poetry that's listed. And again, maybe some other session I'll do it again, and more sharing. But let me end with a Shanti mantra. And again, remember, we care for this planet, but we care for this universe. So it's a much, much kind of a magnified Shanti mantra, we say, Samastaloka Sukhinau Bhavantu. Samastaloka Sukhinau Bhavantu. Samastaloka Sukhinau Bhavantu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Hari Om. Dhanyavad. Thank you again. I'm here to answer any questions. Being at YU, we're doing graduate education and research, and Riddhi is now a live testimonial who has joined. We're welcoming students from all over. Spring semester starts in January, so please join us. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to write to me at my personal email, coachpjoshi@gmail.com, or YU email cmo@yuusa.org. So Riddhi, I'm all yours. Feel free to ask any questions, anything I can serve you with. Thank you.
Just want to say thank you so much for sharing those wonderful parts of Ashtanga Yoga. Everyone is actually very familiar when it comes to Ashtanga Yoga and the basics of it, the whole sequence of it, but not very many people know how to really start to look a little bit deeper into that. And I feel that's something that Vayu does very well, is in terms of the Sanskritam, in terms of ensuring that the pronunciation behind these mantras is spot on. And sometimes it's those really subtle differences that make a world of difference, because Sanskritam is one where there are so many different ways in which to pronounce the one thing, because the one thing is representative of so many different parts. But having the correct pronunciation, especially when it comes to mantras, enlivens a completely different perspective, because then we can actually go deeper into those energy channels and start to unblock some of those deeper emotions. So I just want to say thank you really for actually sharing that with us and reminding us of this message. One of the things that you mentioned there really well was Para 2.1 of the Yoga Sutras, which is Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. How does Vayu help us to really underpin this principle and to bring that out in our daily actions?
Yeah, sure. So remember, there's a bit of a context here of why you came about from some visionaries' visions here, that this is not a short-term thing, this is a long-term. It's Vivekananda who brought yoga to the West. We shining the light of science on yoga. So that's why definitions matter. And once we define things, things become authentic. It's not my way, your way. Hey, there's a definition. Let's follow it. And then with that comes authenticity. The wisdom is revealed. So bottom line is, we care for ancient masters. That's where the wisdom of Patanjali and Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads all come in. And then we apply that to the modern day so that we solve real life problems, whatever they are. So that's why we have a philosophy as a foundation layer, therapy, and then research. So Chitta Vritti Nirodha is all about living it, practicing it, and then sharing it, so that for generations to come, this initiative remains, and then we have more and more leaders. I call it, we become next policy leaders coming out of YU with a master's and a PhD. They become clinicians, they become academicians, so that we have really authenticity, pervading here, so that it's not about my interpretation, your interpretation. There's an authentic interpretation of this Patanjali or Bhagavad Gita or whatever. So that's kind of the big picture here, that there's a lot of visionary work. The curriculum has been honed in, and now it is in the 6th year, we are propagating it further. So hope that gives you some perspective.
Fantastic. And as yoga mitras of Vayu that you actually mentioned, which are just friends of yoga, I think yoga is just one of those things that can really start to underpin our lives as well, because when we're actually coming from the perspective of yoga, the way that I see it, and you may well have a different perspective, but the way that I see yoga is that it basically underpins our actions, not just on the mats, but also in our daily lives, in our day-to-day actions. So by starting to be a lot more meditative of what we're doing, we raise that awareness. By raising that awareness, we start to see life from different perspectives. So with all these different perspectives, how do the Yoga Mitras really come together at Vayu, and how do they make a difference?
Yeah, so again, the Yoga Mitra theme, we have been carrying it way before Vayu came along, but now here I call it Vayu Mitras. Let's create Vayu Mitras. So again, the idea here is that as you become more and more authentic, you start living the science. It shows up on your face, shows up in your actions, and then you start sharing it with others. So again, our curriculum is all about going deep and wide. So you look at the ancient texts, look at the modern texts, look at the research methodologies. So, again, I always say that this Mitra is such a universal theme that nobody can dispute it. So the idea again is that whether you have a donor who becomes a Vayu Mitra, we have a student who becomes a Vayu Mitra, a faculty, so that basically we have Mitras everywhere. And then with that, we solve problems at the end of the day, and create a better healthy world, and truly holistic with a universal welfare as a vision of Vivekananda that we carried forward. So that is really the idea here, and that's why we also have, yoga is not in a compartment. We care for Ayurveda, we care for Jyotish. Kavindra Rishi talked about Jyotish. So we have these three sister sciences that are covered at Vayu in the curriculum. So it's really very, very holistic. We have MDs and PhDs and really, authentic scholars who are covering these all three aspects here to give a holistic view. So hope that helps.
And my final question for you, for people that want to know more about the studies at Vayu, where can they go to get more information?
Yeah, so our website is vayuusa.org. I see our colleague here, that she's joining as well. So so vayuusa.org is our website. We have an online application there, and we have open house coming up. Actually, next Saturday will be an open house online. Of course, for UK time, it may not be most ideal, and we are going to change some of the timing so that our global audience can address as well. But it's at 6 p.m. Pacific, which is 9 p.m. Eastern, and so on. But so open houses is how we there's event. If you go to events there, you'll see we have an event coming up. Just last night we had a beautiful event on in schools of Indian classical philosophy by an eminent scholar, by Professor Hebber. So we have, so if you scroll down on the event, you'll see the open house. But at the end of the day, vayuusa.org is our website. My personal email is, again, my Vayu email is cmo@vayuusa.org. So feel free to reach out to us, and more than happy to help. And Riddhi, of course, you can be the conduit as well. You know where to reach me. So again, here to help. Thank you very much for the opportunity of sharing, and have a great rest of the session.
Thank you so much, Prashantji, once again for sharing and for enlivening us with some golden nuggets, profound wisdom, and yet it's the simple things which, when we keep reminding ourselves again and again and again, it really starts to embed deep within ourselves. So thank you once again for sharing with us. And Amrita, back over to you.
Namaste.
Thank you, Riddhi. It is wonderful talking to you, Mr. Prashant. In fact, a wonderful effort. I think me and Dr. Dhanada are quite good friends on that, but we never collated on this idea about knowing this university. It's a good initiative that you have taken back at US to start up with a university that can offer these kind of courses. And I might pretty much be more interested as well, coming from the background of Ayurveda, yoga, and holistic healing from the experience of over 15, 20 years. So it's a wonderful thing that you have been doing. this kind of an approach, I think, will broaden up the perspective of people, especially all those who have to travel India a long way to learn certain things. And then that experience, though undoubtedly is also very important, but still there are many more who cannot travel and afford that much. So giving them the hands-on of that flavor of taste at the grounds of their own country will definitely harness a good roots of Indian culture, philosophy, as well as the knowledge that will help people to understand and realize the real importance of the legacy that India has given in terms of yoga and traditional knowledge systems, which is really good. Which I think is a good initiative, and I would definitely like to talk further on that with you, how to progress this Indian knowledge system far beyond the oceans. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Yeah, sure.
joining us for today.
There's a big roadmap for Vayu. So again, more than welcome. I think the whole idea is dignified careers. Yoga has suffered in the so-called certifications and 200 hours, 500 hours. When are we going to make this into forefront of true, a not just clinical but overall, theme of life? So that's why I call it vocation to profession. That's what Vayu is trying to do. To take people from these so-called, vocational mode to a profession, to a dignified careers. You can be an academician, clinician, researcher, and when the research happens, then people pay attention. So anyway, thank you for your time. Namaste.
Thank you very much. Global namaste to you. Thank you. Riddhi, it's time to welcome our lovely Dr. Dhanada, who is our Veda Mela lead as well as our regular contributor. From the field of Ayurveda, an Ayurveda expert who has been practicing Ayurveda since so many years in the land of US, and now she's the president of Tapas, Texas Ayurveda Professional Association, as well as the founder and president of Ashtanga Ayurveda and Panchakarma Wellness Center. Global Namaste, Dr. Dhanada, very warm welcome to you. And I'm really happy to have you with me to share some thoughts and views of how do you see yoga in today's time. We belonging to the field of traditional knowledge systems and Indian knowledge systems have been taking care of the legacy of all these ancient systems. And how do you see the start of yoga back at your land, where you have been staying in the US for quite a long time, and learning from Indian grounds, harnessing yourself there? How do you root yourself with those grounds of what people know about yoga and what more has to be done? Over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, everyone. Thank you for all. I see the Yoga, Ayurveda, Gita, Bhagavad Gita, and beautiful chants. And so far, such a complete toolkit we have brought on our platform today for achieving physical, mental, spiritual balance. And being here, first of all, I see many of very faces that they are very familiar. They guide us, they nourish us. Prashantji, namaste as well. And yes, I'm also part of the Vayu. Vayu also brings a complete teachings package for yoga. And it's a unique combination where one-stop shop for all what you want to learn. Vayu might be the first university in United States and globally could bring the voice for yoga under one umbrella to bring the best accredited, the best faculties, the best teachings, the right style, the right time, and we together bringing a lot of wisdom to the West as well as to the community, together providing a lot of yoga and Ayurveda and some of these fascinating Vedic wisdoms together. I really appreciate what Prashantji is also doing. About the question, Amrita, as we are all starting with the definition of yoga, one of the very profound from Bhagavad Gita, Adhyay 2, verse 48, I remember, it says, Yogastha Kuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananjaya siddhaya siddhayo samo bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate. What Prashantji told is samatva, and he also mentioned that the yoga's definition are very different in the realm of how we are doing. If we are focusing the duties, the actions, the physical karma, maintaining the steadfast yoga becomes very astonishing, to detach all the attachments and remaining the balanced in your success and failure is just being a uh, uh, equanimity for observer that yoga is just samatva, is a balance. In Ayurveda, we say together the science harmonize and provide a focusing on maintaining balance in unique constitution as a prakriti, as you also know. So there also, in the definition of health, we also say that samatvam in different doshas, malas, agni, is the lifestyle that we are bringing. So yoga, Ayurveda, and the Vedic sciences talk same languages, which shows if you are to bring your mind and body to nourish, to balance, you have to have a right diet, right lifestyle, and of course self-care rituals. That hugging yourself is one of the foundation. In any direction, you have to put yourself at the beginning. As in aircrafts, this is you have to oxygenate it yourself to save, and then to others. It is the same way. If you are the first one to have this foundation, then dharma, artha, kama, moksham, arogyam, moolamuttam. All of these achieved spectrum of 4 purusharthas, that is a pathway to go towards the moksha, is basically your arogya. And arogya is the achievable path through the yoga and Ayurveda. And of course, as you all know, yoga is not just about the physical postures, it's the cultivation of the mind. You know, they says that mano jagat jagat jagat, which means if you are having vijay, or you are captivating your mind, or you can control your mind, you can control the world within you or outside you. It's all about winning yourself rather than outside doing something. And that's about the mind. In Ayurveda also, it is mano eva dukkha eva karanam. So if your mind it's in the conflict of yourself, there's a conflict in everything. Even the patients that they would come to us and they are not in faith of favorism of themselves, starting something, cultivating and transforming their mind something, oh, that's become very hard. So that is a battle between your mind and body. If you really want to achieve some fruitful through Ayurveda and yoga, I would say the best way to start with the self-awareness, you know, and all of the channels like nadis, asanas, meditation, these are the tools to quieten the mind. Versus in Ayurveda also, we say that Sattva Vajay or all of the other chikitsas where we emphasize that mind and indriya, the vishay, the aspect of sensory organs into the health, is a phenomenal achievement of our fullness of understanding where the science is coming from. Definitely, I would say, as Jeffrey ji was talking about the Bhagavad Gita's approach, I feel there is one book where Swami Paramhansa, Swami Vivekananda's guru is Swami Paramhansa ji. And one time somebody asked him, what is mean by Gita? Can you explain what is mean by Gita? And he told that that disciple that you just chant Gita for a while, you will get the understanding of Gita that itself is embedded. So if we all could chant Gita, 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 the pronunciation of Gita when it is in a reverse pattern, it becomes Tyagi. You see, if you chant Gita, that too much Gita chants will become Tyagi. Tyagi is an act of teaching with the love, the resilience, the surrender. And in today's world, I think that message is very important, that if you try to learn the science of Gita, the science of Vedas and wisdom, you have to first give some Tyaga. The donation and the charity that he says begins at home, that is all is a foundation where the holistic path fulfillment happens. So if we truly want to know the meaning of yoga or teach someone with that aspect in today's world, I would say our legacy will deeply thrive on the love, the deepest pattern of the peace, and it's no escaping from that. So mindfully and harmoniously, purposefully, we should encourage self-love, self-peace, and we should be achieving all of the goals that we need in terms of getting to the path of moksha, you know. So thank you for having me on this yoga. This is such a great topic, Amrita.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanada. This added up to a more bigger aspect of what everybody has been talking about in terms of adding up an addition to that, and coming from the same fields, we definitely realize the importance of how important it is to bring yoga into light along with the traditional therapies of Ayurveda. Let's hear from Riddhi what she has to add up before we move further. Riddhi, your thoughts. Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's beautiful to actually just bring yoga and Ayurveda into the same perspective here as well. Dhanada, you mentioned Tyagi. How can we actually exercise Tyagi on a day-to-day basis? I thought that one of the ways in which to do this was to basically practice something over and over and over again until it becomes a habit, that habit becomes a behavior, and that behavior becomes a way of life. What is your perspective on it?
I was just teaching a class yesterday, and there was a topic about celibacy, brahmacharya. One of the Trayopastambha of Ayurveda is Ahara, Nidra, and Maithun. In that, it's a three tripod of a human life where you have to watch your diet, watch your sexual life, and watch your nidra. It's been written in Charaka, the first father of medicine. When we are talking about being tyagi, is as good as practicing celibacy. You know, you cannot be wearing saffron clothes in fast-paced life today. We cannot be possibly asking everybody doing that and go to Himalayas, sit and do the samadhi and all that. But what is mean by true tyagi? True tyagi, in my opinion, is if you are a very sugar, like too much sugar you like to eat, you have a sweet tooth, you find a day where you can detox, where you can tyag that 1 day or 2 day of something that is your senses are so attached. There is a beautiful topic that I just spoke is about the Ayurveda can help you how to digital detox. Ayurveda can help you about too much sensory of your eyes, your ears, your tongue, your skin touch. What are those that you need to find in yourself that you could tyag for a day or a two and feel resilient about it? We are all tirelessly working towards our own healthcare, and we have so many messages and from bombarding so many else. I feel tyagi is the essence of your life. If you have to become mom, you have to give so much as a tyag. You have to become somebody give you a promotion in your work. You have to tyag some hours with your family. So there is a tyag involved in our day-to-day perspective. And that is a Gita, because the Mahatma Gandhi was an avid reader of Gita. He would use to, very first in the morning, he would just get up and he would first chant the whole Bhagavad Gita, then he start his day. And he told once that whoever chants Gita or reads Gita every day, they find all the answers in their life. So to me, the Gita and the way the Paramhamsaji told in that topic is just chant the Gita, and the Tyagi Bhav should come into you to first start some of these things. And exactly for that matter of fact, we want people to come on the righteous diet. We want people to come on the righteous lifestyle, right? And for that, if they just practice a small bit of that detox. What is a detox? Basically doing a tyag, right? It's a modern day of detox version is basically doing some kind of a tyag. So I feel it's embedded in us, embedded in our DNA to explore that more. We just need to find out how people can incorporate that into their daily lifestyle.
So by actually practicing the tyag, we start to embody those qualities deep within. It brings me back to a perspective of meditation, actually, and where we're looking at things from a perspective of nirguna meditation and sadguna meditation. So meditation without form and meditation with form. And by embedding those qualities in which we try to embed into our daily lives, by looking at, for example, Bhagwan, and seeing the different forms that Bhagwan embeds, or the different qualities, or the different instruments of action, which enable Bhagwan to do the bigger role in Brahma Rupa, as so to speak, which enables us then to actually think, well, what are the qualities that I want to embed in my life? And how is that going to help me? How is that going to serve me, to serve the wider good, to serve the society? And so by actually being, I would actually call it buddhi shuddha, which is having that viveka buddhi to be able to discern between what's going to work and what's not going to work in any particular given time, enables us to then have a sense of choosing the direction of our life, because then we have that choice that we can make, which either is going to move us forward or is going to move us back. And at the end of the day, we all have the free will to exercise, which in turn provides us with the karma that we create in any given moment. So when it comes to tyagi, the way that I see tyagi is, if it's karma that's past karma, sanchita karma, then it's karma that we are actually have, which is on a UPS system. So it's got a delivery system, and that's going to be karma that is going to unfold at some point in our life. But if it's future karma, then we've got a free will over that, to not let those seeds of karma be not to let those seeds of karma be deciphered into our daily actions. So we can actually choose an alternative way of being. So in that sense, I can see tyagi, and I can see something that we can actually avoid, which is actually the detox, which I think is what you're trying to come across as well when it comes to Ayurveda. We're looking at detoxing in different ways in order to be able to provide the actions that we want.
Yes, definitely. Because one of the Bhagavad Gita's Lord Krishna said that Uddharet Atmanaha Atmanam, Na Atmanam eva sadayet. Elevate yourself through your own efforts and do not degrade yourself. And that is most important for, like he said, the self alone is the friend of the self, and the self alone is the enemy of the self. And that's exactly what our topic and our idea of giving healing to others, giving healing and telling them the righteous path of what is true meaning of the yoga. It's not just the physical ability to do the asanas, you know. And if you could just see that the way the science is to fight yourself, and exactly what he says about CEO, you know, check ego out. That's the essence, I would say. Yeah.
To keep that ahamkar in balance, which is responsible for most of the actions that we create on a daily basis. We're also joined by our director, Neil Kumar. Neil Kumar, what are your thoughts? What are your comments?
Thank you, Riddhi, and a wonderful session. We've had a lot of comments on the social media. We have got Gina Sala back here. Danada, thank you very much. Shortly, you'll be visiting India, where you will be in touch with Dr. Amrita Sharma as well and plan some itineraries. Danada, stay around and let's enjoy about 15 minutes kirtan or bhajan or chanting from Gina, and then we can conclude today's episode. So Gina, welcome back again. It's all yours. And just before you start, let's remind the viewers of the future sessions that we have got. So next week, we have got the integrated health, which is an important one, where we actually merge different health facets and yoga and Ayurveda and chiropractic and all sorts of health, where we do a chit chat on it and see how we can move forward on that. And then the following week will be post COP29 climate, which is very useful. So from COP28 last year to COP29, these are the next two episodes. So we'll see you next Sunday and Sunday after. Meanwhile, for over the next 15 minutes, let's zoom into the Bhakti Yoga from Gina Sala in United States of America. Over to you, Riddhi and Amrita.
Thank you so much, Danada, for yet another epic episode where you basically just bring the seeds of wisdom in such a palatable way that anyone can digest. And it's just such an incredible skill that you actually have, is to be able to break down these concepts into little bite-sized palatable chunks. And at the end of the day, that's where the true magic is. So a global namaste to you. Thank you so much. And Gina, welcome back. It's lovely to have you back. The next 15 minutes are yours. Please share with us what you will be singing or chanting.
Thank you. What an inspiring session. I'm so moved to very unexpectedly be part of this and then welcomed back again. And every one of you has touched my heart and helped illuminate my mind. And may it be so for all beings. I've been thinking what I love about singing and chanting mantra. Of course, you can do it Vedic style or Vaikarivach or various ways, Umbhadan Shuvak. But I like that it somehow integrates the wisdom that we are taking in for me. So for example, we've talked, of course, of Chitta Vritti Nirodhaha, and that ability to calm the vrittis of the mind. When we sing, when I started earlier today, we sang very steady. To let the voice and breath become steady steadies the mind. And I love all kinds of singing from all around the world, but it's different than Western vibrato, this kind of thing, right? So I just thought I'll continue with this Sattvic style of singing, and then we can move into some Sankirtan. And of course, with just great pranams to everyone who's shared today. In these times, I'm aware that even in nature, biological nature, in the environment, in times of stress, evolution occurs. Evolution occurs through stressors, through challenges. So any challenges that our beautiful Mother Earth, that our Earth is experiencing or that we do, can open us to greater grace, love, and awakening to who we really are as Jivatmas and to divine love. So I'll start with this shloka giving thanks for the miraculous power of the divine. Mukham karoti vachalam Pangum langhayate girim Yat kripatamaham vande Paramanandamadavam. And we're saying, oh, sweet Lord, divine, you make the mute to speak. And also, because my passion is helping people feel the power and pleasure of their voices, this reminds us that however you feel your voice, the divine, the even Ma Shakti, Vak Shakti, is that power. So thank you. You make the mute to extol. You make the lame to be able to cross over even the mountains, the crippled. And by your grace, you bring this bliss. The best thing we can do is take all that we've been given of our divine gifts and use them in service for one another. And then it's the divine grace itself, of course. I'll sing one more time. Join if you know this one, or just sing Om or Ah and feel your voice if you like. Starting with the Omkar. Om. Divine, I surrender all limiting beliefs. I know you are the one who creates miracles. Mukham karoti vachalam Pangum langhayate girim Yat kripatamaham vande Paramananda Madhavam Madhavam. And I want to ask inside, in this moment, listen inside as I chant it one more time. Is there some limitation that you can surrender to the divine, capital S self, to the divine? Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahma. Is there something you can surrender that you can allow yourself the joy and fulfillment to be ever more sharing the divine gifts that you have in this world by the power of the miraculous divine? What is it that I can release in limiting beliefs to more fully be willing to share or to show up free of the past, free of limiting beliefs? Om Mukham karoti vachalam. You make the mute to speak and share. Pangum langhayate girim. Even the crippled to cross mountains. Yat kripatamaham vande Paramananda Madhavam Madhavam Madhavam. By your grace, therefore, we sing your praises. We open into this, O great giver of bliss. And before our final Sankirtanam, I just want to share a chant in English that comes to me in this time as we've been focusing on Karma Yoga and Tyagi, to allow ourselves to release what doesn't serve and to have the actions that do serve. On this day, divine gave you life. May you use it to serve her. May you use it to serve her. Let's sing that together, reminding ourselves. On this day, divine gave you listening to all those who've prayed and gone before. Our loving prayers surround you now. May you always remember. And then you can sing any name of the divine that opens your heart. I'm going to say Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam. Bolo, sing. Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam. Yes. Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam ki jai. Radhe Shyam ki jai. Let's sing that one more time. Let's remind ourselves and each other why we're here and what we can share. On this day, divine gave you life. May we use it to serve him and her. On this day, divine gave us life. May we use it to serve her and him. Our loving prayers going out. Our loving prayers surround you all. May you always remember our loving prayers. Our loving prayers surround you all. May we always remember Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam. Radhe Jam ki jai. Radhe Shyam. And Jesus, Allah Buddha, Radhe Shyam, Divine Ma, all the divine names, Radhe Shyam. And in your heart, if it feels right and you're willing to surrender limiting beliefs and to allow divine to bring its grace to do the things you thought you couldn't do in service of this world, say Jai, Jai. And so one more in gratitude. Bhagavan, we've talked about the name, Jeffrey G shared, and others. Just sing after me if you like the names of divine qualities. What we focus on, we invoke from formless into voke, into form through the voice. And then the Maha Mantra. Hey Bhagavan Krishna, Hey Bhagavan Krishna, Hey Madhava Krishna, Hey Madhava Krishna, Hey Achyuta Krishna, Hey Achyuta Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Oh, sweet divine of all those qualities, oh sweet, oh unfailing, eternal, we focus on you, we praise the name. And as we do so, we open into the power of divine. Hey Bhagavan Krishna, Hey Madhava Krishna, Hey Achyuta Krishna, 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 Bhagavan, Hey Bhagavan Krishna, Hey Madhava Krishna, Hey Achyuta Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. One more. Hey Bhagavan Krishna, Hey Madhava Krishna, Hey Achyuta Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. And the devoted heart, oh Ma Radha. Radhe, 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 Radhe Krishna. Radhe, 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 Radhe Krishna. One more. Radhe, 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 Radhe Krishna. Union of lover and beloved. And let's just chant a little bit of Maha Mantra in these moments together, remembering not only are we beloved, not only do we love the sweet divine and we open to it through the chants, but we are so beloved. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Ramana. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Let's sing all together, my friends. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And I'm remembering the story when a hard rain was going to fall, you could say, due to all the actions and the karmas. The people cried out to divine, didn't they? And what did this sweet one do? He lifted Govardhan, he lifted the mountain on his finger, and the people could come together under the shield of this divine. This is the divine not out there, also here imminently, and unite and praise and feel the protection and the safety and the unity in this one. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let's breathe together the way we share these molecules. And let ring through and integrate any wisdom, any inspiration we've gained from our time together. May it illuminate every cell of our body, every level of consciousness, and then illuminate our thoughts, our actions, and our hearts. For the highest good of all. So many people are now and have been and will chant for the good of all, shifting vibrations for the highest awakening of our planet. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Let's close with this chant. I remember that we are all one family. Loka, loka, samasta, samasta, sukhino, sukhino, bhavantu, bhavantu, loka, loka, samasta, samasta, sukhino, sukhino, bhavantu, bhavantu. In all realms, may there be sukh, may there be that happiness beyond circumstance, and may that lead to wondrous circumstances for everyone here and for all beings of the universe, including the other than human, the animals, the plants, all the elements, the bhutas, the earth, the water, the fire, the air, the akash, the spaciousness, all beings. Loka, loka, samasta, samasta, sukhino, bhavantu, loka, loka, samasta, sukhino, bhavantu. And then while we're at it, thanks and praise to Divine Ma, to Bhumi Devi, also to the Divine Mother in all her forms, and for that power that lets us sing, Vak Shakti, Icha Shakti, that lets us decide, Vivek, for all the things we've talked about. Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma, or Sanskrit, Jaya Ma, Jaya Ma, Jaya Ma, Jai Ma. Let's send all our love, Jai Ma, to the whole world and everything on it, Jai Ma. Thank you for holding us, Jaya Ma. Oh, thanks and praise, Jaya Ma. And a little trick, if you ever want to get happy, send blessings, sing your blessings to the world. If you want to make a change, let yourself be an instrument of love. We are all instruments. Thank you, thank you.
Gina, I can say
Yes.
if people want to be happy, just bring Gina Sala on the internet, or bring it to your home, or bring it to your venue, and she will do the rest.
Oh, Jai Ma,
So
thank
beautiful.
you.
Gina, somebody else was chanting with you at the back as well? Was
Yes,
there somebody
Roderick
else?
Overman. Happily, he's here and he's on the back. He's not on camera, but
Can
Roderick
you bring
Overman
him?
is a one.
Can
Yeah,
you
can you
bring him
come
on the screen?
onto
We
the
want to
screen?
thank him.
Yeah, just come right over.
Yes, we are very proud. He has such a soothing
Thank you,
voice.
Roderick.
Yes, you are amazing. You know, the way you compliment Gina over there, she brings the energy and you bring the echo with that as well to say we are in the same wavelength. We are very proud of you.
Thank you. Dhanyavadaha. Thank you.
And both of you have got such an energy, the way you take the flow. So you can see a nice calm sea coming with a waft of waves and then come with that breeze and you just take us all in. And it's so wonderful to ride with you. Gina, while you are here, earlier I told you that we have got one of our healing contributor. She's already a presenter. Tarla Mashru. It's her birthday as well. Maybe if she can listen to us, let's see if we can wish her a happy birthday. Tarla, yes, she's here. We'll try to unmute her. I'll just share the screen just to say this is the happiest birthday woman here. There we are. It's the birthday
Global
over here.
namaste, global namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Yes, we can
Thank
hear you.
thank
We
you
are we
so
are
much.
sharing your birthday. We are sharing your
Yes,
birthday card, and I think you are at you are either at a gurudwara or at a function where you are taking
yes,
some
yes.
blessing. Is it right?
We're at the City Pavilion, Neil, in
Colliers
Colliers Road,
Row.
which is a beautiful
Venue.
Yes,
venue.
It's very
yes,
nice.
it's a
Blessed
very
with us.
nice venue.
We got
It's a
the
very nice
blessing
venue in
for
East London.
everyone,
We got the blessing for all of
all
us
of us.
in the Healing Our Earth
Yes,
family.
yes.
So
And
we're so
Guru
over the moon.
Talochan Das was here. And since 2 o'clock, this function was going on until now. They finished. So everybody is at the langar. So Nil Kumar and all our Healing Our Earth family, thank you so much. You remember me and my birthday. It was a special. Thanks to you all, and because of Nil Kumar and all my family at Healing Our Earth, I'm so glad that you enjoy the whole function today. But the best part was my birthday, was it?
Yes, your birthday, and Gina actually chanted the mantra just for you just earlier.
Wow. So
She sends that blessing as well. And Riddhi actually just came at the midweek and said Gina might be available. You know, so we have Gina and Gina. What a wonderful find you are. You are a permanent part of Healing Our Earth now. Come and spread the Bhakti Yoga whenever you feel like. Talla Mashru, we wish you all the best. Talla is actually a radio presenter herself, and she sings as well. So maybe next time we will have some more Bhakti Yoga. So it's time to wind down, and maybe Riddhi, we can wind down with a mantra as well.
So a very happy birthday, Balaji.
Happy birthday.
On behalf of all of us here at Healing Our Earth, for just being such a divine person. Whenever you come on, you've always got a spark of wisdom that you share with us, be that through song, be that through dance, or just be that through yourself and just being you. And it's beautiful today to be able to partake in these celebrations with you as well, feeling that Shakti, and we hope that the bhajans and the kirtans that Gina Shi has been sharing with all of us has also touched your heart in a very special way.
Thank you for all your blessings, and you all met my day today. Looks like a big celebration for me, and I'm so glad. And we got all the blessings from our Guruji to all our Healing Our Earth. See, and look who is with me. So I drag her. I say,
And a
come.
very global namaste to you too, Lataji.
Yeah. Global namaste to all our global family. And really, really so blessed to be here today. I can't, describe it. I'm just over the moon to be blessed, and he blessed
Thank
our
you so
most.
much. One of our Healing Our Earth friend joined me today, but we got the blessing from Guruji. So Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guru Dev, Tasmai Shri Guru Dev Namah, Tasmai Shri Guru Dev Namah. Thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Well, how wonderful it is that we started with yoga, then we bring Veda yoga and Vedic knowledge, and then we went to from Mauritius to India to Canada to USA, Africa. I think we covered every continent except one. There was no Eurasia today. Maybe Australia and New Zealand was missing. But hey, we covered the whole world, and maybe Riddhi, while we've got Gina here, maybe she can finish with Gayatri Mantra. What do you say? Gina, you love Gayatri Mantra?
I think that is a fantastic idea. Gina G, you know, I can listen to you all night, but would you do us the honors of finishing this program beautifully with the Gayatri Mantra?
Sure.
So Gina, just before you do that, last 1 minute message from Danada from USA in Texas.
Namaste, global namaste. This is such a wonderful and very auspicious day. I would like to sing Sanskrit happy birthday for Talamji and Lataji. Thank you for showing your beautiful face and giving us the blessings here with you all. And of course, Gina ji, I would love to be in connect with you. You are here in USA, and we planning the new conferences here next year. We would love to have you, your kirtan, and host you here in Texas. Pranam to you.
Pranam.
And here is this song for Thalamji. जन्मदिनमिदं पुण्यं भवतु जन्मदिन इदं मङ्गलं भवतु तव आयुर्वर्धतां सर्वदा तव सुखं वर्धतां सर्वदा धन्यं भवतु तव जीवं धन्यं भवतु तव जीवनं सदानन्दमयमसन्तु सदानन्दमयमसन्तु. This auspicious birthday, this sacred day, may your life, may all of our life grow forever. May your and our happiness grow forever. May all your efforts meet to success. May all your life be blessed, and may it be always filled with the joy. Hari Om, that's it. Hari Om, that's it.
How beautiful.
You.
Danada, so beautiful for your contribution towards there. You made Talaben very happy. She's happy, and maybe when she goes on the radio, when you are on the interview, you can mention all this stuff. It'll be so beautiful. And these are the vibes we spread at Healing Our Earth. We just spread love. We don't need anything at Healing. We just love giving love, 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 and spread unity, liberty, peace. You know, just share love with people. So it's so beautiful. And Danada, you mentioned, because you are both in USA, so in the Veda Mela, I can just imagine Gina completely rocking in tapas and Texas. So if you could introduce her, Riddhi, if you could introduce directly to Danada and Amrita, and Danada, if you can introduce her to Hitendra. So because the third section is very perfect, so we can cover from North Carolina to California to Texas and go right to Shanti Sivani, who is in Mexico as well. Let's spread our family because it's so beautiful. Just a bhajan, kirtan, bhakti, yoga is so beautiful. And it wasn't just to do with just Sanatan Dharma. It was the way of life. Any nationality would have enjoyed what we did today. You don't have to be a Hindu follower. You just have to follow natural life because it was a way of life that we spread today. So it's so beautiful. So Danada, if you can do that, and
I will put together a group because we are calling it as a Kirtan Mandali. Mandali is kind of like a band, you know, but in a Sanskrit, the word for the band is not just the band, but a mandali. Mandali is like a kutumbam, like your family, you know. So the Kirtan family is basically the Kirtan Mandali. And we've been such a blessed at Healing Our Earth. We have so many, you know, very talented, skillful all singers and lot of people they have known for many instruments, and we were introducing them to the Ayurveda and yoga and other basic segments of these Vedic conferences that we are doing virtually and in person also. So thank you so much for your contribution, Gina ji. It made us live today. Anand, I have my goosebumps.
Oh,
when
thank
you
you. And
sing.
I loved your share too. It actually brought tears, just the energy of blessing so beautifully from the heart and sharing.
And
Thank
Gina,
you.
Gina,
Yeah.
you will love when you meet Michael, when you meet Hitendra. They are all like-minded soul. Dhanada, through Riddhi, will get that organized with Amrita, because we are one big family. And at Healing, we are very keen to unite family, because the whole world is one family ultimately, you see. And this is why we like to promote that. And when you go to Texas, you're welcome to go to Dhanada and Rohini, who is Dhanada's friend. Both of them are very hospitable, and maybe Dhanada, you can pick up over the phone of this live episode over here. So we love it. People have made good comments on the social media, because this is broadcast on several partner channels. Riddhi, before Gina finishes with Gayatri Mantra and we stop live streaming, what is your 1 minute comment for planning all this stuff? Of course, you and Amrita produced this episode today. Isn't it wonderful how we started? When we started, we just wanted few yoga people, and now we've got bhakti, yoga, Vedic knowledge. Wasn't it beautiful? How do you feel, Riddhi?
That is a very deep question, Neil Bhai. I think it's wonderful that we are actually one of the few channels that see yoga beyond the yoga mat. We don't look at yoga as being asanas, as being physical postures, or just being breathing. We look at yoga as being a holistic way of life. We look at yoga as all of the different modalities that yoga truly is, and how they all embed together, how they all flow together to be a way of life, to be a way of service. And when we grow from that perspective and we embed dharma into our day-to-day actions, into our day-to-day lives, everything changes. I've had several miracles that have happened in my life just because I've come from dharma, and it's about giving, it's about being of karma, service to others. And that is something that every person that has come onto the platform today has done so beautifully. It's just to open up and just to share with us those nuggets of wisdom which they know that they truly live by. And we can see just the magic, just the magnificence of the Vartavarna, of the atmosphere that we have been able to create here today on Healing Our Earth, just by having some really remarkable souls, really remarkable atmas, that immortal nature that comes together. And when you have that reunion between ourselves of the mind and the body, we start to think as one. We start to think as a Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We all have our individual choices, and that's how we create our individual modalities. But at the end of the day, it's that divine Shakti within us which is able to blossom. And that is how we all have our individual gifts and our individual talents. So when we have a program like the Veda Mela that comes together, and I'm hoping to come out there myself this year as well, I think it's going to be absolutely amazing with the kind of feedback that we've received, with the kind of services that we've had. Top hats off. I've literally got to say, Donati, you have done a magnificent job out there with Sharron in terms of putting everything together and really creating this hub, as so to speak, really being able to bring everyone together in the form of a mela and just enabling everyone to shine. And isn't it just a remarkable world to live in if all we do is come from that place of love, come from that place of prayer, and just share with each other? The world is such a better, beautiful place as a result. And Gina, I've got to say, it's something that your bhakti just grabs me deeply from within. Whenever you share mantras, there's a whole new part of me that awakens. and that lights up, and it's just magnificent. I think I said to you on the very first day I met you that it was in terms of this whole petal that was just opening into its 1,000 branches, starting off at the root chakra and just rising its way up through the Sushumna nadis. And I couldn't explain it, but it's the beauty of the bhakti that you create, because it's so intentional. It's from the right place, deep within. And that's the bhava that you share with all of us. So I think for you to be there with Donada and co, I think it's such a beautiful place to actually bring this Vasudeva Kutumbakam element to life in a way that we can create social change and be that social go-to. So once again, Gina Ji, once again, Donada Ji, beautiful session today. And Neil Ji, would you join me in asking Gina Ji to formally close this program?
Yeah, so it was such a wonderful summary you've done, Riddhi. Just before you go, Amrita actually noticed your new hairstyle. So she said, don't our little baby sister look much more happier and prettier today? So it suits you. Keep on smiling, feel good, bring on more bhaktis, bring on more yoga, and let's keep on rocking and uniting the earth. Gina, just before we close with your Gayatri mantra, let's have a minute message from you and then you go into the mantra and we will stop the live stream. Over to you, Gina.
Dhanyavadaha. Thank you. Well, my heart is so open. And Riddhi, I've also been inspired by you, Riddhi ji, and your heart and your willingness to just jump in with so much energy. And I just give so much thanks, Kumarji, and all of you, Dhanara, all of you have touched me deeply today. And I just feel so very inspired by your mission to embrace the world in love and to share these yogas. And I know that things happen on the level of vibration before into form. So I'm rejoicing, my heart is rejoicing that we can do this. And at one point in history, this would be a miracle. How could I be chanting with our friend in India and our friend in London? And how could we do this? Of course, on the inner we could, but I believe fully that what we consider now impossible will become possible. And there will be miracles in science and in consciousness by the grace of our sweet divine. And what a grace that we get to be part of this. We're all here right now for a reason. And so I bow to all of you from my deepest heart. I bow to you all. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll just say, if you do enjoy chanting, just contact me, info@ginasalah.com, or on my website. I think it's showing ginasalah.com. And there's retreats or there's Monday classes or anything. Each of us have an important voice. And so a thank you to my Gurujis in Drupad and Sanskrit in life. Let's close together, my friends, with a Gayatri mantra, Savitri Gayatri. And if you don't know this mantra, you can picture divine light. It's the universal light, as you know. Bhur Bhuvasvaha. We say in these three realms, earth, sky, and heavens, it's in all. Tat Savitur Varenium, that venerable, generative light. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat, that light that illuminates consciousness, divine reality, like when we say Triyambakam with the third eye to perceive divine reality. Dhimahi, we meditate upon that. Dhiyo Yo Nah, for our, which can prachodayat, for the illumination, enlightenment of all of our minds, all of our consciousness. Maybe I'll chant it one time, call and response, in case anyone wants a reminder, and then 2 times together. Would that be okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha. Tatsaviturvarenyam Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yona prachodayat Dhiyo yona prachodayat. And picturing the grace that let these mantras be passed down for thousands of years through our Gurujis in India and beyond, that this light is shining forth through each of us, through the third eye, like a lighthouse, with so much love and respect for the Matrika Shakti, the energy in the mantras, for all those who've made it possible for us to chant together, and those worldwide who are chanting and sending blessings in their ways, and throughout all history, and now and in the future. Let's chant it together 2 times. Do your best. Om Bhur Svaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yona prachodayat. Om Bhur Svaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yona prachodayat. And let's close. Let's stay open but complete with Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let there be peace revealed among all beings of the universe, in every cell of our bodies, every level of consciousness, all koshas, in every way, all together with gratitude for this, all the organizers, all those who've brought us together. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi